Hit the likes. Let's just go ahead and run this every day as people are tuning in. We'll pod that up and it's kind of like our opening video right there. It's like the credits rolling. Boy, I was hyped for the 30% off and the drop of the rose.
And D. Sclafani said,
Man, they made that tough.
On a side note, we were talking about TV shows and stuff like that. And you know one show that I don't even know if I could say is good.
That showed up today?
Yeah, man.
Ooh.
Yeah, man.
Man.
I'm thinking that might have to be the members only joint.
Yeah.
That might be members only.
Kitty got his before mine. That's foul. That is foul business.
That might have to be the members only joint right there.
Okay.
Yeah. That one's cold.
Okay.
That one's cold.
Ooh, boy.
Yes, sir.
Should we show it? Hold off?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, we'll hold off.
We're going to show it like somebody wearing it. That's
we show it.
We're going to do it.
Friday night at the Golden One. First game at the Golden One Center. Yeah.
Members only.
Oh, man. Not fair.
What was I about to say? Oh, so like, yeah, there's shows that are, it's not a bad show, but I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it. But it's like when you watch something on a certain channel, watch sports on a certain channel, wake up Charmed, right? I never watched Charmed, but Charmed was always on every morning.
Every Friday. Every Friday morning.
Now, I don't know if Charmed is one of those shows. I never really watched Charmed, but Two Broke Girls is like that. You ever watch that show?
I haven't. I see it. Like I've never seen the show.
It's not like this super funny show, but they have these little one-liners. It's a nice. It's not a bad show. Yeah, it's watchable. But that was on today because it was on TBS. And
okay.
I sat there and watched like an episode and a half.
Okay.
And it always happens. Like they come on, whatever. Channel 31 is now or whatever.
I see Dr. David's question. Did you started the new Wonder Years, yeah? Or no?
I haven't seen it yet. It's on the DVR. Okay. It's on the DVR. I haven't watched it. I heard it's really good though.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
You haven't seen it?
Nah, Dr. David asked this year. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, for real, dude. Kenny got the biggest DVR ever.
Let me see, man. Off the top of my head, I got Wonder Years.
Hey, Securing the Bags is in here nice and early. Okay.
AEW is always on there.
Yeah.
Raw and SmackDown are on there. While my mom was here, Housewives of Potomac were on there.
Oh my.
It's not a bad show.
Oh my.
Housewives of Potomac is not a bad show. Shout out to Giselle.
I live near the Potomac. I ain't never seen none of them before, boy. I'll tell you that.
They're the only ones.
Y'all worked hard to find them because I was running that Potomac Bridge every day like.
They're the only ones. This is true. She came out and tried to wipe out a bunch of my old high school basketball, college basketball that I still wanted to see. Come on, man. Chill out. Relax. I'll take care of the DVR. You take care of everything
Mitchell
else.
From his sophomore year. Showtime. Pop. Looks.
Sometimes you really just vibe it out. I'm a straight boy, Southwest, nice and there. Progress, nice, top life check.
Man, it is not the celebratory day we were hoping for, but it is Wednesday, October 13th. We appreciate you so much for tuning in and making us a part of your day. Come in, hang out, get comfortable. We're with you for the next 4 hours. We got the James Ham show coming up at 3:20 or at 3 or at 2, whenever the hell James decides he wants
James
to join
is
us.
popping in every now and then. It's like, hey, come on in here earlier.
Hey, when James wants to start the James Ham Show, we start the James Ham Show. We got Grant Cohn coming up at the end of this first hour here as well. Talk some 49ers business. Got plenty of Kings to talk about. We'll dive into the Kyrie Irving situation as well. But as we mentioned, the Rosé collection stays on the shelf as we were. It had to be this way. We knew it. We knew yesterday. We knew yesterday. We were hopeful, but we knew yesterday the only proper way for this series to end would be a game 5.
That's it, man.
And that's what we got yesterday.
That's it. Game 5. Dodgers did what they had to do. Jumped out on DeSclafani early, and he had nothing. I was calling for it late in the first inning and said, yo, get somebody warmed up in the pen while this is still a game. And to Gabe's credit, he did that. DeSclafani didn't last through the second inning, and it was still only a 2-0 game when he let out. But they got one thing that I didn't like about what happened last night was he started to get some confidence in those Dodgers bats. It's like it's like you're in a shooting slump, then you get a layup or you get a free throw. Mm-hmm. You see the ball go through the hoop. They've seen the ball connect and get base hits and doubles and home runs and stuff like that. And that's something that I look out for going into game 5. But they're coming back to Oracle, coming back up to San Francisco. Once again, this isn't Arlington. You know what I mean? It ain't no neutral site. If they're going to come take it, they're going to have to come take it. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's not going to be given to you the way it was last year in a neutral site situation. You're going to have to go into the belly of the beast and handle business. And if they can do that, I tip my hat. I think the Giants are going to win tomorrow. I'm more confident in game 5 than I was in game 4.
Okay.
I'm more confident in game 5 than I was in game 3.
Why so?
It's just vibes. It's just vibe. Urias is a bad boy. He gives the Giants problems, but I think they're going to be locked in tomorrow night. Locked in. Everybody involved. Logan Webb, everybody at the plate. I think they're going to be locked in. They're going to bring it home.
There have only been 4 winner-take-all postseason games in MLB history between 2 100-win teams. Pretty astonishing stat right there. The 5th one will take place tomorrow, as my partner mentioned, at Oracle Park. Let me ask you this. You're talking about your confidence level.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants shut the Dodgers out game 1?
Yes.
Shut them out a couple of nights ago, 1-0. But the Dodgers have won 2 games pretty comfortably in this series.
That's what they do.
Okay.
That's what they do. If you remember, they did that in the series in September. It was the close game on Friday. The Dodgers opened it up on Saturday. Yeah. Then Sunday, they came back and got that. The biggest thing is, I think Gabe Kapler right now, and I tweeted it out last night, he knows there's about 4 pitchers he can go with. I've seen enough from this bullpen in this particular series. They're not ready. So tomorrow, the only pitchers that has to see hop on that mound are Logan Webb, Kevin Gausman, Tyler Rogers, or Camilo Duvall. That's it. I don't want to deal with Leon. I don't want to deal with Littell. Don't want to deal with Garcia. No, none of these guys, man. And McGee, I don't know. There's only 4 guys that should step on that mound at Oracle. And it's those guys I just mentioned. That's it. And then, well, maybe if you want to put Alex Wood in there too. A lot of people were saying Alex Wood. That's fine for an inning here or there. But yeah, the bullpen, there's only 2 guys you can trust out of the bullpen right now. And Tyler Rogers, I don't know. I mean, I never feel comfortable with Tyler Rogers in there. I don't know.
Was Gabe Kapler searching for something last night?
He tried everything. He pressed every button.
They played a lot of guys last night.
They tried everything to kind of get things going, to kind of get the right formula in there, whether it was with the bullpen or pinch hitting, subbing guys out, whatever the case may be. He tried to get them back into the game, but the Giants just weren't able to get enough timely hits. Too many times they had runners in scoring position. I think at one point, I think this might have been in the 7th inning when I saw this, so it might have been different later. But at one point in that game, they were 3 of 15 with runners in scoring position, I think in the series. And that's got to pick up. You get runners on second or third with less than 2 outs. You got to score. You got to make it hurt. It can't just be a sacrifice fly or, fielder's choice. Run comes in, get a base hit, make it hurt. So bats got to wake up a little bit. I think they will tomorrow, though.
The Braves are waiting. The Astros have moved on. The Red Sox have moved on. The Giants and Dodgers will have the stage to themselves tomorrow night, as you have two of the best regular season teams Major League Baseball has ever seen, closing out a divisional series in San Francisco. Kenny's going to be there, aren't you? You got to be there. You got to be there. If you got to leave early, you got to leave early. Let me get someone to sit in at 3:00, man. If you got to go, you got to go.
I mean, I'm trying to be a professional here, man. You know what I'm saying? I got obligations to the show, to my partner, to the whole crew. I'm trying to be that way. I mean, as far as I know, they're there for me. Again, they're there for me.
You need to be there. Take the tickets. We'll handle business tomorrow. If you got the opportunity to go, man, you need to be there. This is a game 5. It's the Dodgers and the Giants.
Oh man, it is. Wow.
Man, if you got to shoot, you could probably put in a press credential for this one. Like, come on, man, get there. It's your squad. This is as big of a game as the Giants have been in a long time, man. This is your squad. Get out there.
All right, I'm gonna talk to some people, see what's going on, man. Let's see what's going on.
And I do love this though. The Braves they're waiting. They've moved on. I love that the ALCS is set. There's nothing else. There's nothing tonight, and there's nothing else tomorrow. Nothing else baseball wise. There's a lot tomorrow. We got the Kings final preseason game tomorrow. We've got Thursday night football tomorrow. And then, we've got this one, but baseball wise, the stage is clear. It's the Dodgers and the Giants. It's high drama. It's must see TV. And I'm excited for it. You said it's going to be different. Is this a case of break out the cliches here? Role players play better at home?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that real? Is that a baseball thing?
It is. It's not as amplified as, at least I feel, basketball is, but I think it is. You get the comfort of the crowd behind you, and I think it still rings true. So when you talk about role players, you're talking about a Solano, or a late night probably still fits in that category a little bit. Late night Lamont, a Steven Duggar, guys like that, but it's not as profound in my opinion as it is with basketball. Basketball, you can almost set your clock to it. Baseball, you can still get it. I mean, because Dodger Stadium was quiet for most of the 2 games.
Most of the series.
So it's not like it was this hostile environment.
Yeah.
So sometimes when Duggar was going up there or Lamont Wade was going up there, it was quiet as a library in there. So they shouldn't have been rattled. So yeah, but you can feed off the energy of the crowd. Pitchers, I believe that to be true as well. Pitchers more so than maybe everyday players. So Logan Webb or somebody like that, he's going to feed off of what's going on with the Giants crowd as opposed to going into the belly of the beast of Dodger Stadium and trying to get something done there.
Rockland
ready,
start tomorrow?
I'm ready. Huh?
Does Rockland start tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hands down. That's the ace right now. That's
okay.
Absolutely. Logan Webb we trust, man. It's time to bring this home, Logan. Okay. It's time to bring this home, baby.
Okay. I'm with it. Let's go,
man. Let's go. Hey, so I wanted to ask you, as somebody that maybe isn't as emotionally invested as I am, who do you think is winning tomorrow?
I ain't doing that. Ain't gonna put that on me. You ain't gonna put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Ain't no chance. I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that because if I say one thing, it's gonna be this. If I say another, it's gonna be this. I'm saying the one thing I feel like the Giants have shown all year that when they're staring down the face of adversity, they can win a game. Like it's become a point where with the Giants, you can't talk about it's not a great story anymore with the Giants. They're a really good baseball team. That's the story. It's not, oh, cute, look at what the Giants are doing. That ended a couple months ago. It's like, no, this first to 60 wins. This is so cute. And, it's going to catch up to him. Never caught up to him. They kept playing great ball. They're still playing great ball. Every time they've been put in situations like this, they've been able to have a game like we saw from Logan Webb in game number 1. They've had those types of moments. Now, with all of that said, my concern lies in what I said to you a minute ago. The Dodgers have won 2 games in this series, and they won them by a lot. Mm-hmm. So it's Giants gutting out an all-time classic. Or I can turn this game off by the 4th inning and find something else to do with my evening. So here's, I'm locked in tomorrow. If the Dodgers score first, I'm very, very nervous. It feels like once the Dodgers score, they're good. They're going to keep going. They're going to keep moving. They're going to keep going. Giants score first. Oh, I'm in it. I bet I could dig up a stat about that. Give
first one to score.
Yeah, give me a heartbeat. We've got, give me a little bit longer than a heartbeat, and I bet I could dig up a stat on the Dodgers and the Giants and the team scoring first.
That's a good point that you made, though, about the Giants. The Giants have answered the bell all year long. All year long, they've answered the bell. When somebody didn't think that they could get it done or people thought it was a fluke, they've answered the bell all year long. This is just one more time where they have to do it. Damian, both of these teams come into Game 5 tomorrow with each having 109 wins. The winner will get 110 wins on the season.
Wow.
Ooh.
Dodgers 11-2 this season when scoring first versus the Giants, including the playoffs.
Wow.
They're 0-10 when the Giants score first.
Wow.
There's your stat.
That's a big time stat right there.
There's your stat to take into Thursday night's game. We'll step out. We've got Marvin Bagley back on the court. It's Kings insider James Ham tweeted. Marvin Bagley's back out there working. Him and Freeport getting some work in. So, we'll talk a lot of Kings today. We'll talk with James Ham when he joins us coming up in the 3:00 hour. There's a bigger basketball story out there. It developed a little bit as we were wrapping up the podcast. If you stayed for the live stream, you probably caught this, but it's Kyrie. And this is head scratching even for the biggest Kyrie Irving fans. We'll dive into that as well. 49ers talk ahead, plenty more ahead. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Jeez. And I meant to go back and watch this, and I didn't. Didn't Cap say the same thing? I feel like Cap said that. Maybe he didn't. I'd have to go back and maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. Maybe I'm doing the Cap Kyrie thing a little too strong, but I really do feel like Cap said that, and I feel like he said it in that 18-minute media scrum he did that set this all off. So
I don't know who you guys think I am, Carlos. What happens if they lose, Casey? You taking a day off? One thing that you got, and then you got Steven in here. Where he say?
I see it right here. Yeah, someone gonna need to check on KC.
Who you guys think I am? If you guys not known me for that, I'm here all the time, baby. I ain't hard to find. I ain't hard to find through the good and the bad. Through the good and the bad. All I do is come in here and take notes. That's all I do. That's it. Also a bad take by Steven. He says the Dodgers has the Giants numbers, though. Do they really? Giants won 10 out of 10 to 9 in the season series.
Mm-hmm.
It's evenly matched, man. I don't think either one of them have anybody's number. I think it's 50-50, and they're about to play a game to decide it all. And whoever's the best on that day is gonna obviously win the series, but it's gonna be the one to move on and have bragging rights for the season. I'm good. Like I said, I'm a little more confident than I was yesterday. Yesterday, I didn't think they were gonna win. Said as much on these airwaves. Said they're not winning game 4. We're going to game 5. Yo, that's facts. Yeah, get the deal done.
Should get to the bottom of that this afternoon. Should.
Fell asleep last night, like early. Like it was probably like 11, maybe 10:45.
Wow. That is early for you.
Yeah, man. I know. I was sitting there on the couch.
Wet blanket reminds me. I was going to put that up as a poll question.
WBS.
WBS reminded me. Appreciate that. Meant to do that earlier. Get y'all set up. Y'all on that thumbs up? Hey, y'all keep hitting that thumbs up. Pretty, please.
Leezy, we're in talks, man. We're in talks. We'll see what's up, man. We'll see what's up. This is very true, Peyton. He might be about 2 hours away.
That's not true. I mean,
yeah, it was some dope stuff, Carlos. Absolutely. My man's bodied it. Where is this?
That was both of us. I appreciate you.
I saw a little bit of it, not as much as maybe I planned.
I saw a little bit. Yeah, I didn't like watch it, but no. Yeah, I was curious. I tuned in.
I turned it on. It was 3-0. I turned it back like 15 minutes later. It was 3-2. I was like, damn, I missed the goals.
Check us out on the Odyssey app. You could check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Got a poll question posting right now over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Kyrie Irving is more likely to never play again, never play in Brooklyn again, play somewhere else this year, play somewhere else next year. So we'll let those sit there for you.
Can I give my answer?
Absolutely.
I think he'll play somewhere else next year.
You don't think he's going to play this year?
I actually think he's going to play this year. I think he's going to, at some point. I'd be shocked if he did not play this year and did not play for Brooklyn.
So you're counting on one of two things to happen. He's either going to get vaccinated, or at some point during the season, New York is going to change its mandate. Which one are you leaning towards? New York changing its now? I'm not even remotely trying to insinuate New York is going to change their mandate for Kyrie Irving. Right. Just maybe at some point we'll actually get our act together and this thing will get under control and New York will make some changes.
If we progress in life,
and, highly unlikely, but if it happens,
I think he'll get it. I think he'll get it.
So I feel like we're starting a conversation like mid-story here. Everyone is familiar right now. Like, this isn't morning radio. Like, the show starts at 12. You've all seen the push notifications. You guys probably saw it yesterday. Maybe you saw Stephen A. Smith. Maybe you saw something else this morning on ESPN
Stephen
or whatever.
After Jay Will. Damn.
Stephen A. does.
Why were you?
I don't know. Like, Jay would, and I didn't like when I thought Jay was trying to, because I saw the clip. I'm kind of out of the first take business. I saw the clip, so I was watching, and I was like, I thought Jay was just trying to bring up a different point. I thought the point was to have a conversation, but sometimes Stephen A. just wants to yell at people. Yeah. Stephen A. has this weird. He's got this weird thing with Kyrie. Like, he goes at Kyrie super hard, and it's like, fam, like, come on now, like you're
clear as day. He hates Kyrie.
I don't understand. Like, Kyrie is a unique. he's a unique figure. There's two points in this Athletic column that we pointed out yesterday as the radio show had just concluded, but we were still on the live stream. It came right through. I brought it to Kenny's attention. Matt was with us at the time. We talked about it for a few minutes, but there's two important paragraphs, just really quick ones that I want to point out to everybody who may not have had the opportunity to read Shams' work in The Athletic. The column on Kyrie Irving opens up like this. Kyrie Irving believes he is fighting for something bigger than basketball. And the unintended consequences are that his mission is conflicting with his career and his franchise, the Brooklyn Nets. Now, Shams goes on to write. You get down a couple of columns and you find this. Multiple sources with direct knowledge of Irving's decision have told The Athletic that Irving is not anti-vaccine and that his stance, that is, 3, 2, 1.
You got
Multiple sources with direct knowledge of Irving's decision have told The Athletic that Irving is not anti-vaccine and that his stance is that he is upset that people are losing their jobs due to vaccine mandates. It's a stance that Irving has explained to close teammates. To him, this is about a grander fight than the one on the court, and Irving is challenging a perceived control of society and people's livelihoods, according to sources with knowledge of Irving's mindset. It is a decision that he believes he is capable to make given his current life dynamics. Quote, Kyrie wants to be a voice for the voiceless, one source said. All right. So there's a lot there to take apart. Let's start with the CM Punk line, voice of the voiceless. If Kyrie wants to be a voice for the voiceless, maybe he should have called Shams and given an on-the-record interview. Now, I don't know that he didn't call Shams, but I know he didn't give a on-the-record interview because the line is multiple sources with direct knowledge of Irving's decision. Doesn't say, Kyrie told me, because you could best believe Shams would have put that in bold letters. Kyrie Irving exclusive. No. This came from Kyrie's camp, which is fine. How are you going to be a voice for the voiceless when you ain't ever got anything to say? I can think of one time and one time only Kyrie has ever spoken. And I was like, man, okay, that was interesting. And it was basketball related. It was his media day with Brooklyn. And they asked him, like, what went wrong in Boston? And I thought he gave a very thorough, thought out, and honest response. I thought, man, okay, Kyrie, that's good stuff. That's basketball related. The WNBA, paying for the WNBA salaries, I don't ever remember Kyrie talking about that. George Floyd, I think he bought George Floyd's family, mom, a house. I didn't hear that from Kyrie. He paid tuition for HBCU students. Didn't hear that. I know he's donated millions and millions of dollars. I know Kyrie does a lot of good in the community. I ain't never hear him talk about any of it. And I'm not saying that he has to, but if you're going to be the voice of the voices, shouldn't you be the voice? Shouldn't you talk? Shouldn't you explain? Shouldn't you explain your stance rather than having your camp explain your stance to Shams or anybody else for that matter? Shouldn't it be you? You got an Instagram Live, don't you? Shoot, doesn't your man KD got a podcast?
Yeah.
Hell, you talk. You launched the podcast,
right? Yeah.
That would, KD
That's
probably
spoke pretty well too on that podcast as well.
First episode. Part two got a little. Part two got a little. What the hell is Kyrie talking about? But you're right. He spoke like he talked. I don't get Kyrie. I know that's your man's on the floor. I know that's your man's. I don't get Kyrie, and sometimes with stuff like this, I don't know if Kyrie gets Kyrie.
I don't know what. I know what he said, but I don't really know what Kyrie's end game is here. Like, because I do think he's gonna get vaccinated, and
can I stop you right there? Hasn't he put himself in a position to where he almost can't?
Well, he tried to cover his tracks yesterday with the "I'm not anti-vaccine." So you
I
could
gotcha.
you could get the vaccine
Well,
and be like, well, I'm still taking a stance. You know what I'm saying? Like he could end up saying something like that. And I wouldn't
okay.
put it past him. I
Okay.
wouldn't put it past him. Like, I'm vaccinated, but it's the principle of the situation. As Big Worm would say, it's the principality of the
Principalities.
situation.
Indeed. Indeed.
All right. But he's just, like I say, he's the ultimate contrarian, I feel. And this is actually points towards that. Because he's sitting here saying, I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm just against the whole idea of it. It's like, all right, man. Like that, you can be against it and still be there for your teammates, honor your commitment to the organization and things of that nature. Maybe that doesn't speak as loud. Maybe he feels like he has to sacrifice something to get his point across in a bigger way. But I don't know, man. I think he'll end up playing. And the whole voice of the voiceless thing, I mean, no, I'm not buying that one.
I wonder if he's aware of who he has aligned himself with.
Now that is the new bigger issue. Because you got people that are out here quote tweeting you and name dropping you that I know I'd never want to be associated with. I'd never want to be associated with these people.
You get a cosign from some of these people repping Kyrie, you should rethink your Jason Jones sent me something on IG last night. It's like, yo, if I ever got this cosign, if I ever got a cosign from Jason Whitlock, I'm reevaluating my whole stance.
Bruh. I'll bring it home. I'll be transparent with you. Remember how with Simone Biles in the Olympics, and I said what I said and how I felt, you know what I mean? And I didn't mean it in a malicious way. I love Simone. I love when it happened. I was looking at it at a pure sports sense. And they had people who were saying that were saying one of the things that I was saying, like she let the teammates down, but they were taking it way further than I ever looked for it to be. And it was people that I didn't really respect and wanted to be associated with. I was like, oh, I might have got this one wrong. Because if they're saying something like that, I know their intentions are never good and their place is never coming from their thoughts are never coming from a good place, in my opinion. So I need to check myself and be like, well, maybe I got this one wrong. It's as simple as that. When you see certain people aligning with a certain stance, and I wasn't even where they were going at the time, but it could be perceived that way or it was close. I was like, I don't even want to be close to how these people are thinking. That's not where my heart is at all. So nah. And that's what Kyrie needs to maybe check himself and evaluate some of the things, even if he has the purest intentions, even if he does, I don't know. But even if he does, the people that are starting to weaponize and manipulate some of the things that he's saying to further their agenda, that's when Kyrie need to be like, maybe I need to rethink this thing.
I think Kyrie desperately wants to be a part of something that's bigger than basketball, and he can't decide what it is. Use another Kyrie example, the bubble. Kyrie was very vocal about the NBA resuming the COVID stop 2020 season. It's like if we lose, if we go to Orlando and get back to focusing on basketball, we're going to lose the momentum, he believes, that we've built in the social justice issues, the social initiative issues. It's respectable. I get that. I understand that. What stopped you from continuing those social issues when the next season started? Because he didn't go back to the bubble. Now, I don't think he could have. Like, I don't even think he was healthy. Like, he wasn't going to play.
Right.
He wasn't going to play no matter what. He was trying to get everybody else to not play.
Right.
He wasn't going to win a championship. He didn't want anybody else winning a championship along the way either. But if you really felt like that, what'd you go back to playing basketball for? Why didn't you just continue your fight against social injustices? Right. Because, man, I'll ask, how much of that last season that we just finished up, how much did we hear about social issues last season? Yeah. Yeah, that's an uncomfortable conversation with the NBA, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't heard anything. Oh, like, here's the sad part about it, man. Grief, a lot of good intentions are born out of grief. And there were a lot of people grieving in the summer of 2020, including you, including me. ESPN. Be Heard was formed in the grieving process of what was the summer of 2020. The NBA, the WNBA. Well, that grief goes away. And you go 1 month, 2 months, 3 months without a dead black dude at the hands of law enforcement winding up on the news. And guess what happens? Well, it hasn't been on the front page, so it must not be a problem anymore. And we can go back to being basketball players. We can go back to being football players. We can go back to painting cute little end racism sayings in the end zones of football fields. You know what I'm saying? Like, once that grief starts to subside, now credit to Kyrie Irving. He seems to keep that same energy, but his energy is just bouncing from place to place to place. It's Black Lives Matter. It was social initiatives. It was equality for women in sports. Now it's vaccine mandates. Fam, like, what is it? You want to be the voice of the voiceless? Cool. Why are you against vaccine mandates? Because you feel like it's societal control? That's what The Athletic said. Cool. Bro, did you go to elementary school? Did anybody listening to this go to elementary school? I did. And I have a vague recollection of a terribly painful like TB shot I had to get. I remember having to get multiple vaccinations before I went to school. You probably did too. If you're listening to this, you probably did. You had to get vaccines for diseases that have been eradicated. You know why they've been eradicated? Because of the vaccines. Kyrie, what are you doing? Like, what are you fighting for, bro? Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. The other thing about this is I don't know what his end game is. What's his end game? What are you trying to do? I mean, if you're trying to draw attention to it, I feel like you've done that. But are you going to go all the way? Are you going to go and have a conversation with Adam Silver or somebody to get the mandate out, or go to who's the governor or mayor of New York, whoever it is? Are you going to go to him and try and get that dropped and explain? And if that's really being a voice and fighting for the people, if you want to do that, I don't think that's the thing to do just in general. Like, that's a bad idea. You know what I mean? In my opinion. But what are you trying to do? Because just sitting out and not playing basketball, I don't know, man. I don't know what Kyrie's got going on, man.
I don't either.
I have no idea.
I don't either. But I
do think he plays, though. I think he comes back and plays. Am I confident in that? Would I put money on it? No. But I think he does.
I don't think I care if Kyrie plays anymore. And I'll be honest, I don't know that I care if any basketball player. I mean, not that Kyrie's not uber talented. Not that there's no one guy bigger than the sport. Not even LeBron. Jordan retired. There was a transition period. Along came LeBron James. Kobe Bryant was already here. LeBron's going to retire at some point. Doesn't feel like it. Feels like he's going Tom Brady style till he's 50. But he's going to retire at some point. The league is going to be without one of its biggest, most charismatic figures. The league is going to go on. Kyrie, I'm trying to remember the last time we were talking about Kyrie Irving playing basketball. We were talking about, like, man, was it the shot against Golden State? And I'm not trying to be funny. Was that the last time we marveled at Kyrie's game? Because in Boston, it was an injury. It was I'm gonna be back here if y'all want me. Then it was the injury. Then it was the ascension of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Then it was like, oh, maybe Boston doesn't need Kyrie. Then it was Kyrie's gone. And now it's this thing with Brooklyn. And now we're forming a super team with Kevin Durant. Now we're forming a super duper team with Kevin Durant and James Harden. well, between injuries, all that Harden, had kind of brought with him from Houston, and the injuries that Kevin Durant had, we have yet to talk about Kyrie Irving playing basketball in Brooklyn at the level we were talking about him playing in Cleveland. He ain't been that dude since the shot.
And the other thing about Kyrie is I feel like he's too caught up in being this superstar and being this personality. When it's okay to naturally have that or whatever, but I think a lot of this, he knows that he has a certain level of sway, and his name, creates a buzz or creates stories. So I think he's too infatuated with that. One example is that, and we thought it was hilarious. I loved it. It was really cool. But the Sage at the Boston Garden, you knew what you were doing. Like, you could have easily done whatever you had to do to calm yourself or rid yourself of all that stuff behind closed doors or in your hotel room, whatever. You knew there was going to be a camera in there. It was going to go viral. That was just as much about going viral and being in the spotlight as it was you trying to say whatever it was as far as common, bad vibes or whatever it was. Because if you knew there was no videos in there, no cameras in there, you probably wouldn't have done it. I'm pretty sure of it. So all this stuff like Kyrie, I'm not going to say he doesn't have valid feelings or doesn't really believe he's trying to be a voice for the voice. He could very well believe that, but he knows exactly what he's doing by coming out here, taking his stance, creating this story and all this. He knows what he's doing. And I think he's gotten lost in his way as far as that's too important. That's almost more important than what got him this platform in the first place. And then once he has a platform, he's not exactly sure what to do with it. That's what you were just talking about a little while ago. Like, he has the platform. He's got himself to the point where he is somebody that's influential and has a buzz. And when he does something, it moves the needle. But he doesn't know what he wants to do with it now.
Yeah,
he's trying to figure it out. And in the meantime, he's getting associated with the wrong people, with the wrong crowd.
Well, what's the line you like to quote all the time? You're not the originator of the line, but you use it a lot. With great power comes great responsibility. Mm-hmm. Kyrie actually, going back to 2020, Kyrie's idea of not going to the bubble, of just shutting down the NBA season, was perfectly logical. Mm-hmm. It made perfect sense. And he fought for it. It didn't happen. Like, it's fine. None of that. But his point was very, very valid. Mm-hmm. But once they went to the bubbles, like, he stopped. Oh, all right. On to the next thing. What's the next thing? What's the next thing I'm going to do? Mm-hmm. He did a lot of great things that summer. We mentioned he paid the salaries of WNBA players who didn't go to the bubble because they don't make any money in comparison. They don't make any money. He took care of all of them on his own. Did that. Cool. You didn't have to stop.
Right.
You didn't have to stop because the NBA resumed the season. Right. You could have kept going. You could have kept doing your thing. You could have kept advocating for social justice. You could have kept up the fight. You didn't, because you had business to attend to the next year. You wanted to be a basketball player again. Mm-hmm. But you can't decide, in my mind, he can't decide whether he wants to be a basketball player or something bigger. Cap didn't have that choice. Cap's decision was made for him. It wasn't, are you going to be a football player or are you going to be an activist? They didn't allow him to be a football player anymore. So he became an activist. He could have been both. I ain't never hear anybody. I didn't anybody here question JJ Watt about, are you going to be a fundraiser or a football player when he raised, $30 some odd million for Houston when they flooded? Hey, tremendous work on JJ Watt's part. I didn't hear anybody question his ability to do both. I don't know. You still hear that stuff to this day? I don't know if Colin Kaepernick wants to play football. Like, we all know Kaepernick ain't never going to play again. But he never got the opportunity to decide, am I going to be a football player? Am I going to be an activist? Can I do both? Mm-hmm. Kyrie can't decide what he wants to be. He's trying to figure out a way to do both, but he abandons one to do the other. And now that he can't play basketball, suddenly he wants to be an activist again. Would Kyrie be flexing? Would Kyrie be fighting? Would Kyrie be the voice of the voiceless? Would Kyrie be talking about vaccine mandates if he played in Sacramento or Philadelphia or Houston or anywhere in Texas or anywhere in Florida? Would he be fighting the same cause? Would Kyrie Irving go to the podium and say, you know what they're doing in Los Angeles and San Francisco and New York is foul? Would he be doing that? I'm going to step out on a limb and say he wouldn't.
Right.
That might be just me. I don't think that he would.
Right. And like I said, my biggest thing with Kyrie, well, one of the bigger things is, well, okay, what's your end game? What you're trying to do? And it's not, if he never plays basketball again, like you said, the league is going to go on. The league will be fine. And once they start playing games, they'll stop talking about Kyrie. But this is what you do. It's not who you are, but this is your job. This is what you do. You play basketball. You play for the Nets. You got people that you kind of made a commitment to, whether it's the team, Kevin Durant, James Harden. Hey, we're going to go do this. You know what I mean? And now I feel you're kind of playing these games and leaving these guys hanging for what? If you have a valid reason and you want to fight the cause, by all means, do that. But I don't know if that's what – I don't know. I don't know if that's what Kyrie's doing. I think I kind of feel like he's just trying to be a contrarian and have a certain level of attention. That's kind of wild to me. That's kind of wild.
There's more to talk about with Kyrie Irving, particularly as it pertains to the basketball floor. You mentioned Kevin Durant. There's probably some things to talk about with Kevin Durant as well. And there's a lot of Kings basketball to talk about. We got all that coming up as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, John.
Should we call it audible? I'm good if we don't. I'm just looking at what's ahead. I'm looking at where we're at. You want to ride with what we have and just get back to it?
I forgot we're that close.
Yeah, we're really close. We can ride. I think it's on the stream, so that helps. But this is. I almost feel like we're cutting it off a little bit, but group decision. Because I don't want this to be bad.
I don't mean to be like this, but I'll let you make the decision because I'm kind of torn. So whatever.
Jesse, you got an opinion on this? Y'all are bitches, man. Both of y'all. I swear, y'all are trash. Both of you are trash. Oh man.
I think we stay with him. I think we stay with him.
Okay, that's what I'm leaning towards.
Because
I feel like this happened once, but I can't remember what it was for.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't, but like Grant's on the stream, I think that's important.
Yeah, and I know he said he has some things to do later, which is why he couldn't do it. So maybe he kind of maneuvered around.
We'll okay, let's ride. Yeah. Let's go. We'll talk with Grant Cohn. I think we only have 10 minutes anyways, and then we'll kind of regroup and figure out what to do after that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it's planned. Mm-hmm. Like we have Kings after that. Like I felt like if we did, talk to a Grant here, did 49er stuff, and then went back to basketball with Kings, and then we could bring the Kyrie.
Yeah, and we'll let them know. Be like, hey, we're going to get back to this. We're not done with it. We're not leaving it for good. We'll get back to it, but we got our guy here, stepped in, or whatever the case may be. However you want to say it.
Yeah. No. No, not at all. I mean, got to be, it's got to be someone we trust, though, and he's a good dude. I mean, it's friggin' Disco Tim, for goodness sakes. I mean,
Disco fever.
I burn, baby, burn like Disco Inferno. Burn slow like blunts with the Ayo. Peel more skins, the Idaho potato. All right. So y'all get a first-hand account of how we just how we shuffle stuff and move stuff around.
Uh-oh. Zion got hurt?
Oh, no, really? Like hurt?
I don't know. Or maybe he's coming off an injury.
Appreciate you being with us. If you're on your lunch break, you're headed back to the office, home, or otherwise, you could download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Of course, you can listen to D-Lo and KC all 4 hours live right there on the Odyssey app, and you can listen on demand as well through the podcast feature. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you'll take some time to go subscribe to those channels, hit the thumbs up as well, and maybe leave a nice comment or two, as your boy may have spent a few minutes this morning. Is Grant Cohn of SI is going to join us coming up here in a couple of minutes. By the way, we'll get back to Kyrie Irving. There's more things I want to talk to you about, including, it's crazy. I know I'm stepping out on the ledge here, Casey. I want to talk about how Kyrie Irving's stance affects basketball and the Brooklyn Nets. And I got a question about Kevin Durant I think is thrown out there as well. We also have a question over on youtube.com/ESPN1320 about what you think the most likely outcome is for Kyrie Irving in this whole situation. So you can go vote on that. But I mentioned the YouTube channel. May have spent a fair amount of time this morning responding to some less than positive comments that were left on the John Hollinger interview that we posted yesterday.
No, wait a minute. I was trying to figure this out real quick before you continue.
Yep.
And I wasn't sure, because if I was sure,
I
would have pressed. I ain't afraid. I would have pressed.
Mm-hmm.
Is Hollinger the same one that had the 25 under 25? And he put Jaren Jackson right behind Fox. I feel like it was, but I wasn't sure.
Because I thought that was Chad Ford. Wasn't that Chad Ford?
Because the only thing that kind of held me up was, I was like, well, when I read that definitely wasn't at the Athletic.
Yeah,
so,
that was that was Chad Ford who did that.
Gotcha. Yeah. Good thing.
No, that would have been that would have been a definitely a conversation we would have had.
That's right, Chad.
But yeah, had a Kings fans not exactly thrilled with the tone that John used to some of his remarks. I was playing customer service over there on the YouTube channel.
Look, man, if I wasn't the professional that I am, if I didn't have the respect that I do for John Hollinger's work, and I was just out here, in these King streets, I understand, and I would understand exactly how they felt. People did not like the tone in which he discussed Davion Mitchell. I mean, there's a lot there in the comments section. He didn't say Jamias Ramsey's name right.
People didn't like that he brought up Jamias Ramsey's name, period. Including
he said, well, you got Fox and Halliburton and Davion, but what you really should like is Jamias Ramsey. He did good in the summer league. I said, excuse me.
Kenny and I looked at each other like, oh God, what do we do here? Do we Do we just say no, former general manager? He very much did not, or do we just kind of let this ride? And I didn't think it was important enough to point out that it had it been something about Tyrese, David, it's just like, you know what? This is a good point to end the conversation. And we really appreciate John for joining us. And this isn't like clown session. It's just more of how I spent the morning.
Well, tell us, what were people saying? I think I have an idea, but
one of them, the one that stood out the most was someone commented on the tone in which he discussed Davion Mitchell. They were really, really upset about the tone he used when talking about, I have to pull up the comment section. Oh, he just refers to Davion as De'Aaron's backup. Oh, it was good.
I will say this. That's kind of picking nits a little bit.
Where is it? Let me find it here.
I mean, he literally is De'Aaron's backup right now.
That's why John Hollinger is no longer with an NBA franchise.
Well,
he's out of tune with today's game.
Well, but he did say, when it comes to Davion, he did say, number one, he was like, he's De'Aaron's backup. Okay, that's fair enough. That's what he is right now. That may not be what he always is, but that's what he is right now. And he did say, he's like, look, you just can't get by this guy.
I'm looking around. Why can't I find any of these comments? Because it turns out there's a whole bunch more that I didn't see this morning. So I'm trying to find all of the ones from this morning. Oh man.
What you said is perfect about John. Because I was like, yo, he did his research, so I'm not going to sit up here and say he didn't do any work. But seems like he did his research and ended in May.
Yes.
It kind of seems like that's where it is. He didn't worry or care about their free agent, what they did over the summer. Might have barely watched the summer league and Davion Mitchell and the Kings, and hasn't watched a lick of preseason, it seems like. Or does he care?
That and I get it, like it's the Kings. You know what I mean? Like I understand. Like it's so he's probably not.
You know what I mean?
It is. Right. I have not.
But however, Damian.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say.
My job is not to cover the Pistons.
There it is.
If my job was to cover the Pistons and cover the league, you're damn right I would have watched some Pistons and been more up to date about what's going on over there.
So do you want to watch the Pistons or no?
I'm gonna still watch the Pistons. It ain't even my job.
You're gonna watch the Pistons when they play the Kings.
I'll watch them other than that.
Yeah, you'll watch a little bit of the Pistons.
Yeah, I'll watch them other.
Sure.
And here's what you do. This is what I tell people all the time. This is what you do. Even if you're not a Kings fan, you don't have to watch Kings versus Thunder. You don't have to watch Kings versus Cavs.
That's inaccurate. If you're a Kings fan, you have to watch every single thing the Kings do.
Oh, if you're a Kings fan, absolutely. I'm talking about if you're John Hollinger.
Oh,
Dave
I got you.
Stuff like that.
I got you.
You don't have to watch that. But watch Kings Warriors. Watch Kings like if you want to see a good team, have the good team and watch it. When I watched the Pistons last year, I remember specifically I watched the Pistons when they played the Nets. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to watch like two bad teams go together or perceived bad teams, but you still have to use the opportunities when they're playing a good team. It's your job. It's your job. There should not be when they start winning, then I'll start watching. No, then just go away. Don't even write about them at all.
Speaking of, have you used the League Pass account yet this year?
I have not.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on there. I'll put it.
I don't know what's going on. Not that we share an account, because that not anything like that. I'm just pointing out I haven't been able to get it to work for either of the preseason games, and I was like, well, maybe I have something set up wrong.
I tried to watch it, and they said you can't watch, and it wasn't even the King. So I didn't know. I was just like, well,
that's essentially what mine said. I was like, yo, F you. I already paid for this. $279, and you're gonna tell me I can't watch the preseason basketball game. We could watch Grant Cohn though. We bring in Grant Cohn of SI. Grant, what's up, buddy?
I'm hanging in there, man. How you doing?
Grant, you a Warriors fan, huh?
Nah, man, I don't root for the teams. I root for Bishop O'Dowd High School, and I used to root for UCLA football until Chip Kelly started coaching there. Now I can't even do that.
Well, Chip is doing a good job.
Yeah, but it's personal between me and him.
Oh, okay. Maybe it'd be better at Grant. Who do you not have beef with?
You don't have people
guys,
doing
I love you guys, man.
Love that. Love that. It's a bye week here for the San Francisco 49ers, but we're pleased that Grant's carved out a few minutes to join us here. Yo, what did Kyle Shanahan get bailed out by Trey Lance being a little banged up, and now he could willingly and lovingly go back to Jimmy Garoppolo?
100%, because if he had started Jimmy Garoppolo over a healthy Trey Lance, like 75% of the fan base would have been irate.
Yeah.
75, at least 75%. I mean, there's no reason to go back to Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not a bad quarterback. He just doesn't improve, and he's not going to be the starter next year. So why are you wasting time? Every game that Trey doesn't start is a wasted opportunity at this point. And I think people all like what they saw. And I think they also understood that Kyle didn't really do him any favors. That game was 100% on Trey Lance's shoulders. They were like, run between the tackles, take a bunch of hits, and win the game for us. Where was the running game? Where were the end arounds and all the stuff that Kyle calls to make life easy for Jimmy? So I think, yeah, absolutely, that bailed out Kyle. But it's not going to bail him out for long. It's a 1 to 2 week injury. Fans are going to want to see Trey Lance back on the field. Kyle's going to have to make a big decision.
And also with that, Grant, there's still there's two things that I'm afraid of in life. Damian knows it's robots and it's calf injuries. Okay. Because calf injuries are not like people hear a calf and they're like, oh, that's no big deal. Like, no, those can be things that last for months in some cases. And I'm not saying that's the case with Jimmy Garoppolo, but I just think there's an assumption that, oh, Jimmy will be healthy by the bye. That could be realistically a 4 to 6 week injury if they wanted to get it all the way back. So he may not even be bailed out. He may be in there having to play Trey against the Colts when they come back.
Also, Jimmy Garoppolo knows he's being pushed out the door, and he most likely won't be here next year. So what incentive does he have to play hurt and potentially make it worse and affect his ability to go somewhere else in the offseason? I don't think it's in his interest.
Yeah,
that's a great point. But this start of the season is not going well for anybody. Like the 49ers are underperforming, and Jimmy Garoppolo, who, Kenny and I think the three of us have talked about this in depthly headed into the year. This is a huge year for him, and he's come out flat.
And he got hurt again. I mean, in his last 9 starts, he's gotten hurt 3 times.
My goodness, dude.
And I think what you're seeing is
jeez,
there's no point in really breaking down the strengths and weaknesses of his play. All you need to know about Jimmy is he can't stay healthy. That means he's not a starting quarterback. If you could give him a great offensive line and he was like half the price, he's a good player. But, geez, I don't think he can really protect himself on a football field anymore. And his injuries are weird. A calf strain, a high – I mean, it's just one thing after another. There's nothing you could say, well, if he could just tweak this one part of his game, he wouldn't get hurt anymore. No.
Yeah. Grant, now here's where me and Grant might butt heads a little bit. I think Grant is just going to keep it he's going to keep it as stacked as he sees it. That's why I like it.
Okay.
But I look at the 49ers, 2-3. They've lost 3 straight games. Packers are a team that some people believe, if things go right, they can get to the Super Bowl. The Seahawks, obviously, right now aren't the same Seahawks, but with Russell Wilson, a lot of people believe they always had a shot. Niners should have won that game regardless. But then you got Arizona, who's the league's only undefeated team left in the NFL. Niners lost 1-score games to all 3 teams. A lot of people are writing off this season as if it's done. I don't think the Niners are that far away. There's doing little things, whether it's the penalties, the holding, the play calling or whatever, that need to be shored up to turn this season around. But it's not like they're getting dominated by these teams. They're right there. I think they just got to figure out a couple of the little things and shore those things up. What do you see from the Niners right now?
I think the reason that those 3 losses hurt so much is that it feels like the Niners were good enough, had enough talent to win each game, but like that they were mismanaged by the coaches. And it feels like while the Niners are kind of competitive in every game, they're kind of treading water in the sense that, man, those games against Philly and Detroit went down to the wire too. And as easily as the Niners could be 5-0, they could be 0-5. So I think at the bye week right here, what they need to do is find an identity. They don't have one yet. They don't have a starting quarterback. They don't have an identity. 2 years ago, they were the team that ran over you. Like they beat Carolina 2 years ago, and Carolina never knew where the ball was. They just handing off in all these different creative ways. That stuff is all gone. They can't run the ball at will. They're averaging 4.2 yards per carry. That's mediocre. So, and they didn't even try. Like they didn't even give the ball to their running backs against Arizona. They had some different offense. Honestly, it looked like Tim Tebow at Florida. It was just quarterback by himself in the backfield, running up the middle. Well, what the hell is that? That's not the offense. The offense is quarterback under center, handoffs, and play action off of that. And we thought that the reason Lance was here is because he did that in college. He's a mobile quarterback who played in an under center system and can do the play action stuff, and that you would be inserting him into the 49ers offense. But that wasn't the 49ers offense against the Cardinals. That was 2007 Florida. That was really, really weird. And if that's what Kyle Shanahan sees in Trey Lance as just Tim Tebow, then why'd you draft him? I don't see that in Trey Lance. I see a really good talent who's much more like Josh Allen than Tim Tebow. It's discouraging that Kyle Shanahan's calling plays for him like this.
Yeah.
So where the 49ers are at right now, how much of it would you say falls on the shoulders of Kyle Shanahan?
Most of it.
Yeah.
I mean, the defense is outperforming the offense. The offense has talent, but they're not executing well. They're not blocking well. They don't have an identity. I think it's him. And I think that I'm not saying that I'm with KC on this. Like, they can turn this around. The bye week is coming at a good time, but this is what he needs to do. He needs to find the running game again and make it life way easier on both of his quarterbacks. Because frankly, Jimmy played well before he got hurt. It's not his fault. It's Kyle.
Yeah. And one of the interesting things about Kyle, and I was watching, I think Brian Ballwinger, he pointed it out, the touchdown play to Deebo Samuels on Sunday. He said it perfectly. It took you 44 minutes to do that. Like, that should have been something you did once a possession, at least. Just get the ball to your best player in the backfield, let him do some stuff. And that's what I just can't figure out with Kyle. I don't know where the creativity in his play calling has gone. I mean, I made a joke earlier, Grant, earlier in the season. When did Kyle Shanahan turn into Jimmy Ray? He out here 3 yards in a cloud of dust. What is this? What's going on with Kyle Shanahan?
Isn't he coaching like a guy who kind of doesn't want to be here anymore? Like, if you believe the rumors that, hey, he didn't want Trey Lance and he wanted Mac Jones and the organization kind of told, if you believe those things, and everything kind of makes sense. Well, he's like, well, he's begrudgingly coaching a quarterback that he doesn't think that much of. And this is what he thinks of him. Quarterback draw again, quarterback draw again. Like, really? Because what John Lynch said was you liked him so much that you went to the Justin Fields pro day and you couldn't even think about Justin Fields. Your mind was on Trey Lance. You came back and you were drawing up plays. What was the play? Quarterback draw? That was it? We haven't seen it. I thought it was going to be play action. I thought you're going to take this Jimmy offense, but you're going to add the downfield element that you had in Atlanta.
Yes.
No, we're just going to run Trey up the middle until he hurts his knee. That's great, Kyle. Nice. That's great. And the thing about it is the Niners were desperate for Kyle 5 years ago. But if he doesn't work out and he doesn't want to be the coach of this team, if he wants to go coach Minnesota and work with Kirk Cousins, I think there's a lot of people who would want to coach Trey Lance. A lot of people, like the guy in Buffalo or the guy in Kansas City or the guy in Philly. I mean, there's a lot of guys who would want to coach a team like this.
Absolutely.
I have one, and I know you got to go, Grant. I do have one alternative theory. Maybe Kyle's not a good coach.
That's the most.
He done found it. Damien done found his boy. He been waiting. He done found his boy, Grant. Saying Kyle ain't that good.
Hey, man, he's one winning season. If you even look at his offensive results, he gets a lot of yards, but he's been an offensive coordinator like 12, 13 years. I think he's had an offense that finished top half of the league in scoring 4 times. 4 times. So I think what he
offensive
is
genius,
the most overrated, overhyped coach in the league. Doesn't mean he's not good, but he is amazingly overhyped. Like, if his name was anything else, he wouldn't have this type of reputation. But he's a Shanahan. And so people believe in the man. They believe. But Niner fans are tired. They want wins. It's year 5. Figure it out, Kyle. You got to win. You got to beat Indianapolis in 2 weeks. They're a 1-4 team. No one wants to hear it. Either quarterback should be able to win this game. Figure it out.
They got to beat the Colts and the Bears.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
Absolutely.
Grant, we appreciate you so much, man. We know you got a busy day. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
That's our man, Grant Cohn. By the way, the greatest guest in the history of D-Lo and KC right there.
I didn't like Grant right
greatest. Give that man a lifetime pass to D-Lo and KC with that take on Kyle Shanahan right there. Man. Best Grant that's ever been on the radio in this city.
Hey. What did Earl say?
Facts.
But, I mean, I will say this. I'm not hedging my bets, but I will say this. I think he's a good coach. I've called him an offensive genius in the past. That's fine. I've always said, and I'll keep saying it, Damien.
Yeah.
I do understand why people get frustrated with Kyle Shanahan.
I think that's
how people go crazy over him. I get it. I like him, so it doesn't bother me. But if I was anybody else fan, a Seahawks fan, I'd be like, oh my gosh, really? You got
Is
to do this about Kyle Shanahan again.
Yeah, and like I appreciate the fact that you recognize that, like
Yeah,
that
I
you
get it.
recognize it's because I don't dislike Kyle Shanahan at all, and I genuinely don't believe Kyle Shanahan is a bad coach. I
Mhm.
don't. What I do think is he's talked about in a way that I don't feel like he lives up to, and
Mhm.
it's exactly what you. I think you have this frustration sometimes with Luka Doncic, like you, but you know that Luka's really good,
Yeah.
but you're really tired about hearing how great Luka
Yeah.
is.
That's
You know what I mean?
a
Like
good term.
it's Kyle's a good football coach. I
Mhm.
understand that. Like if his tenure with the 49ers came to an end tomorrow, he's going to have another job. I don't know if he's going to have another head coaching job out of the
He's gonna
gate.
have to work his way up to that.
Not far. It's not like he's going to have to scrape and claw. Like his last name plays a part in this, and
Mhm.
Kyle can be offended by that, or people can just. I'm of the opinion that his last name plays a big belief in this, but he is a good football coach. I just don't think he's the offense. I just don't think he's what he's in that category the way people talk about him as.
I feel like Kyle almost like what I talked about with Chip Kelly at one point in college, where Kyle was a really great play caller and a great offensive mind. And he was doing things not necessarily that was like revolutionary or nothing, but the way he went about the game, it might have been a little ahead, or it was different, or it had other teams on their heels. Now, much like anything, there's a bunch of tape on the way Kyle Shanahan plays football and calls plays, and people have made adjustments. And Kyle has not made the adjustments back to go further than where he's at right now. He's kind of stuck in the mud. And whether it's the personnel that he has and not being able to adjust to that, or just his own, he just can't see what he needs to do next. He's in a rut and he's got to get out of it. Because at the end of the day, I say all this stuff. I like Kyle Shanahan or whatever. I'm not going to be going through 6-10 seasons and 5-11 seasons or 6-12, whatever the number is. I'm not going to be doing that just because I like Kyle Shanahan. You got to win football games. It's all that matters. I really don't care who is there on the sidelines outside of maybe John Gruden or Ray Lewis. I don't care. Okay. You just need to win football games. And if you can do that, we're good. If you're not winning football games, we got to move on from you. So you got to find a way.
That's all fine and good, but how do you do it? Like they're 5 weeks into the season and they've got some issues ahead of them. Grant just laid out all of the problems running the football. We laid out the play calling issues with Trey Lance. By all, it appears, as much as this makes you nervous for multiple reasons, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the starting quarterback when the team resumes play a week from Sunday. And I think it's the Colts up first. It's the Bears after that.
Mm-hmm.
What do they have to do? Like you talk about, you just got to go out there and win ball games. Okay. Step one to winning ball games is what?
They got to take care. The offensive line has to play better, number one. And they've got to play a cleaner game. Like
there it is.
Get committed to, it sounds simple. And I'm not saying they're not thinking this way, but move your feet. Keep your guy in front of you as opposed to just reaching those arms out and trying to hold. Like, you got to focus on that. If you get beat, let it get beat with you moving your feet, not because there was a holding penalty there or something like that. Kyle Shanahan has to get more creative as a play caller. Baldy was 100% correct when he was on the Baldy breakdowns on his Twitter. And it took you 44 minutes to get that play to Deebo Samuel. No, if you want to win, you got to get the ball to your playmakers. Brandon Ayuk, Doghouse, or whatever. If you don't like the way he's running routes, that's one thing. Run it end around for him. Like, get him the ball. He's one of your playmakers. He got a play the other day in the Cardinals game where he turned nothing into like a 25-yard gain. Get the ball to your playmakers. And also with Kyle, if Brandon Ayuk is in your doghouse, you got to get over that. He's one of the best players you have. What you're doing right now, keeping him in the doghouse or not featuring him or getting him to rock, that's not working. You're 2-3. So are you just going to stay stubborn and say, well, he's not in the dog, he's in the doghouse right now, we can't call plays for him? Or are you going to say, you know what? He's in the doghouse, but damn it, I need him. Like, yeah, I got to figure out a way to get him involved. That's got to happen, man. You got to get the ball to your playmakers. He's got to get more creative with the play calling. And they got to fight themselves out of this rut, man. Nobody's going to feel sorry for him.
You bring that up, and I forgive me for not looking deeper into this. Is Brandon Ayuk, is he missing a percentage of the snaps, or is he just not involved in the offense?
I
should rephrase that. Is he missing a large percentage of the snaps, or he's just not involved in the offense?
I don't know if he's missing snaps. I think it's more so the targets, and
Gotcha.
The targets are like way low. And to be fair, we don't know who that is. We don't know if it's Kyle Shanahan or the quarterback. You know what I mean? So, and just because of the targets are low doesn't mean maybe they're not looking for him. Maybe he's the third option and they're going through the reads and the second option is open. They get it to this. We don't know that. We don't know how the play designs are. Kyle would have to explain that to us, or Jimmy or Trey. But there are ways to get him the ball. Maybe this is really simplistic and it doesn't work this way in football. But what did I talk about with George Kittle at the beginning of the season? You should have a package of plays, 10 plays that are like, no matter what, these are George's plays. These are Debo's plays. These are Brandon Ayuk plays. When we need to get them the football, this is what we use to get them the football. We got 10 plays, and you can run it to one side, you can run it to the other side. So essentially, you got 20 plays because you can flip it. You know what I mean? Get into that bag of plays and start getting these guys the ball. Force feed your playmakers the ball. It's on Kyle. Got to get him to rock. Yeah, well, you could do it. End around. Like, it don't even have to be this crazy pass play design. Run the end around.
Well, they're facing a lot of issues coming back after this bye week. But the good news is they have a bye week here. And so if Trey Lance too, if Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, if quarterbacks 1 and 2 are going to be nursing injuries, there is a doomsday situation here where they're both not ready for that game against the Colts. That feels a bit extreme, but we got to, that we've gotten vague descriptions on both of these injuries. And I think part of the vagueness of that is there's no game this week. So there is no sense of urgency to talk about nor update anybody on how these two guys are doing. But it's obviously a slow week for the 49ers with no game this week. But go ahead.
I was just saying 49er minded may have the combo of the day.
Okay.
We're talking about Kyle Doncic.
There you have it. There you have it. We'll step out. We'll come back getting some messages from our man James Ham here. He's at practice. Of course, James Ham's going to join us for the James Ham Show coming up at 3:00. But we got some updates on the Kings and how practice went today. James is talking to Luke Walton as we speak. We'll talk about that in the latest round of If This, Then That. If you missed that last week, we'll explain what it is. Stilo and Casey continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Always a good call when the guest is on the stream. That's a big, that's a big component.
It's good stuff.
And Grant's good. I think we got a Gold State. What up? See you. Yeah, we in Sac, baby. We in Sac. Appreciate you tapping in wherever in the Twitch universe you are. It looks like maybe the Bay Area. We appreciate you.
That's interesting, man. Like the thought that people just kind of stumble across us. You always think if somebody's watching, like they, sought you out, or they know exactly what they're doing. It's super probably normal and possible that somebody's like, hey, what is this on my YouTube homepage?
Oh, cool. Arkansas, man, that's okay. Right on, man. We appreciate you.
Hey.
Hope you dig the show. I mean, we
worldwide. Who we have in London? Who was that?
Oh man, that dude was our guy yesterday. The only thing that stole my man's thunder was
Mitch.
Was old Mitch. Was it Vic? It was Vic. Yeah. Okay.
Well, Gold State, he said we just came up on his I think that's
he's on Twitch. He's got the Twitch logo.
Well, tap in with us, man. Appreciate you taking the time to get us, and don't leave.
Yeah. Hopefully you dig it. Yeah. Hope so.
Yeah, Bobby didn't even respond to all our pleas.
What did you do to that man? What did Kenny do to Bobby Gerald? Like, man. I'm gonna get y'all in the we're gonna be at the arena one day. And I'm a Bobby, come here. Let's get to the bottom of this. There's 121 watching. Dave and a couple of his buddies have already tapped in and hit the thumbs down. I think Dave and Sports Joe hit the thumbs down already. So can y'all triple digits watching? Can y'all hit the thumbs up, man, and get us to those triple digit thumbs up here in the 1 o'clock hour?
Hey, and Gold State, just to make you, just to welcome you in and maybe talk about some things that you would be interested in. Let me break down why I think Draymond is overrated.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. We don't want to lose him. We don't want to lose him now. Like, come on, man. Keep him here. He didn't mean that. Gold State, we love Draymond. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, is Gold State Kenny's burner?
Let's go.
Wait a minute.
Let's go.
I need proof that that's not Kenny there. Oh, wait a minute.
There's your proof.
Definitely not Kenny. Definitely not Kenny.
I think Ben Simmons will be a good spot for the Warriors. I do believe that.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah,
I'm with it.
I'm with it. Whose side is he on?
I should always have that cue.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Keep them thumbs up coming, man. We almost there. Twitch stays popping. We appreciate you over at Twitch, man. That's all steady Eddie over there.
Shout out.
Yeah, it's gonna be a weird. It's gonna be a weird year watching that dude.
He said something about I don't want to misquote him, but I saw a video where he's talking about Belly had a bag or something like that.
Bielitsa? He had a JanSport bag. What you talking about there? Show already in progress here. Twitch, YouTube, the Odyssey app, and of course on 1320 AM.
The Triple H, the Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
Please. Kenny dropped this gem on me that Draymond Green said Nemanja Bjelica had a bag. Excuse me? What kind of bag does Belly have?
He's got a Walmart bag that you get when you're taking your groceries out.
He got one of them bags that you get at the grocery store that you got to pay 35 cents for. Hey, maybe dude does have a bag. He just quit here in Sacramento, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he got a quitting bag. I wish I could find that thing. I want to see the exact.
Well, but get a louder mouse next time. No, wait a minute. Kenny goes to Best Buy and said, "Give me the loudest mouse you have." So Kenny went from a mouse that clicks obnoxiously loud to a mouse that for some reason is really loud when you scroll.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about that either. They don't have quiet scroll mouses. Maybe I should look up for that. Maybe they have
a quiet scroll mouse.
Yeah, quiet.
Sounds like a slow jam show.
Oh yeah,
tune into the quiet scroll here.
The quiet scroll.
ESPN 1320. Gerald Levert on the way, along with Doc Box and Be Fresh. I still want to host a slow jam show. I'm
telling you, after hearing about your your time in radio, after we got to know each other more, I'm surprised you weren't doing what was it, Between the Sheets? In Between the Sheets?
See, Between the Sheets had come to a conclusion by the time I got to KSFM. My program director hated it. Like, I begged to do it, hated it. He was like, it stalls the whole radio station. It's like, it's 10 o'clock at night, man. Who cares?
He's true.
I begged to do it like on Valentine's Day, like Sunday nights, Valentine's Day. Like, yo, let me do the slow jam show. I would do the whole show delivering stuff like this. Like I would have, just a straight monotone playing the hits. Yo, call in, give that love shout out here at 916. You want to send a shout out to your special birthday, Valentine? Give us a call here at 766 KSFM. I don't remember what the number was, but I think it's something like that.
That was classic, man.
Let me do it, man.
I'm about to say, we might not even want to just bring it up because Danny in San Francisco will be like, that'd be a great idea. Can you guys do 4 hours of In Between the Sports?
In Between the Sports. Yeah, that's 4 hours on top of the 4 hour show. Danny has no problem. Go, hey guys, you're doing an 8-hour show next Thursday. Talking is really hard. Talking for 8 hours is tough, boy. We've gotten the best 8. We've done, man, 2 NFL drafts and 2 NBA drafts. I know we did a 6-hour show for the start of the NBA season one time.
We did some we did like some 5 or 6 hour shows when we were
on
doing
the regular.
When we were doing the Kings pregame.
Yeah.
We were playing like in Oklahoma City. It wasn't even on the East Coast. It was like in San Antonio. So we couldn't really get off the air.
Yeah.
Here for a little while.
We just be here talking. Like, man, but that draft, the NFL draft we did last year when the 49ers took Trey Lance and those Aaron Rodgers rumors were running crazy dude, that was wild.
That day was lit. That was the
easiest 8 hours ever.
Yeah. That was a magical day because I remember I woke up and I had been kind of down. I woke up and the sun was shining and I was like, this is going to be a great day. I can't wait. This is going to be a great day. And then
man,
his bomb. People, after I was getting some insider info, people were texting me like, yo, my coworker's son does this. And he said he knows
baby mama cousin Tracy.
And it's looking like it's going to be. And I was like, ooh, really?
Yeah. Kenny had like notes on who was training Trey Lance, like all of this stuff. We might have to dig back in the crates and isolate it. 49ers Minded is asking, is your Trey Lance draft reaction on YouTube? The draft show is definitely still there.
Yeah.
I don't know that we ever isolated that clip. That might be one. It might be worth creating a greatest hits compilation of the earlier days. Of course, that wasn't that long ago. But the early days of
maybe throwback Thursdays.
You know what?
Post on our.
You know what I thought about posting?
20 or something.
I have the original, never seen by anyone on the planet, draft practice show that we did before the show started on August 17th.
Yeah.
We did a practice show where we were connected and we were going through, like, there were real commercial breaks and we were, we did like an hour. Like, that's still in like I've thought about uploading that to YouTube.
The same day Vladdy resigned?
I think it was. I actually think we did it before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because we did that and then I left and went back to the other job I had at the time. And then Vladdy resigned.
That's right.
On there.
That's right. Yeah, we had done it earlier in the day, and then Vladdy resigned, and then we did something like that. Lives somewhere. We did like a 15-minute show.
Yeah.
Where like
Twitter or something.
And going back and looking at this, like, it's so like the camera's in a terrible place. Like it's like looking at me. I'm like this way. It's just awful. It is terrible. Kenny got the old gray background. We got somewhere where he's sitting on a couch.
That was a big storyline on the show for a long time. We were like, Kenny, get something in your background.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes, I do recall that. Thank you, Jesse. I do remember that.
Good times.
Those, we've always recorded the show through a stream, even when we weren't streaming.
Yeah.
We might be able to find some gems if I log into the old Zoom account.
Yeah, the Throwback Thursday.
Might be able to find some gems that we could post there on YouTube. But I thought about posting that practice show as like, I needed to go through it to make sure there was nothing in it that we were, Kenny and I talk like, shoot, if you stick around, if we're here till 4:10, chances are we're trashing somebody.
Yeah, you maybe in that practice show. Well, let me tell you about Matina.
That's one.
There's only one. That's only one. You guys,
one. That's one. Careful.
Oh man. Yeah.
I love this show. I love this community here in Twitch and YouTube, man. We have some fun. And the station's only going to get bigger and better, man, as James Ham joins us in the 3 o'clock hour for the James Ham Show. He was at practice today. Luke Walton spoke following practice, and he told James Ham and the rest of the pool of the reporters, according to Luke Walton, the Kings have a full roster of healthy players heading into tomorrow's preseason finale. And again, in the what the hell do I know department, he wants to give the core, he said core, not core. He wants to give the core plenty of time, including some fourth quarter minutes. So again, chalk that note from James Ham and Luke Walton back into the, I'm telling you, there's a shirt coming to DeLoandKC.com, and it's just going to say, what the hell do I know? Because I didn't, after what we saw the other night, I thought, okay, probably, I'm going to guess no De'Aaron, maybe no Davion, limited Davion at best. No, core's playing.
I'm not sure why they need to play in the fourth quarter. I'm not gonna
It is their last run for a week. Well, 6 days. Their last run for 6 days.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make a big deal about it. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. I don't want nobody getting hurt.
I hear you. You get hurt in practice.
You're right.
I'll be more interested in how the Lakers approach this.
Oh man, Lakers need. When I talk about the Lakers,
LeBron's going to be playing fourth quarter minutes.
When I talk about the Lakers, I'm looking at them and I say we can't really judge the Lakers until around the first of the year. These dudes been getting smacked. They've been getting drugged in their games. I think I heard something, and this can easily be looked up, but where in their 3 preseason games or the last 3 or whatever, they've lost by like 33, 31, and 22. Like they just getting beat down. It's ugly.
Remind me, you're going to forget.
I won't. All right.
Actually, I don't know why I said that. You don't forget anything. Ask James about last roster spot. I'm seeing that conversation here in the chat, and that was something we were talking a little bit about yesterday. Of course, the Kings aren't cutting guys. They're signing guys. As they signed a couple of guys who will join the understanding is they signed some guys today who will be cut tomorrow's cut day in the NBA, and those guys will join the G League squad, Bobby Jackson and the crew in Stockton. So it looks like DJ Stewart, Matt Coleman, Adia Murkey, and Damian Jefferson, who they signed today, will all join the Stockton Kings for the coming season. That plan can change if those guys choose to go overseas, but that appears to be the plan for them right now. But there's one player that needs to be cut, who's on the roster, and it's a Damian Jones, it's a Robert Woodard, I guess Emmanuel Terry. It could be Emmanuel Terry get the same. I know Will Griffith was trying to explain that to us yesterday in the chat.
Yeah, I'm glad you wrote that down. I did too, because there is a philosophy thing right here. Once again, Terry, Damian Jones, obviously they're better than Robert Woodard, but if you're trying to use the G League for what it's intended to, maybe you hold on to Woodard. But we'll see what James has to say. I like that they're hopefully these guys don't go overseas, keeping DJ Stewart and Matt Coleman. Those are 2 guys that, once again, G League, you get down there, you work on some things. They're with a guy like Bobby Jackson, and they could be guys that can be called up. Now, I don't expect to happen this year, but in the future, you know what I mean? And work on their game. So it's one of these things that's new to the NBA. So I don't think us as fans are used to the possibility of getting a guy that has some promise and you work with them for 2 or 3 years down in the G League, and then you bring him up and he's actually good for your team. It happens. You got your Fred VanVleets and guys like that, but it doesn't happen like Major League Baseball, so to speak, right? Where they go to their minors, get better, come up, and they're good. Typically with basketball, if you're good enough from the start, you never even see the G League. So, well, all the time with basketball,
right?
You're good enough from the start, you never even see the G League. So maybe
you work your way up. Like wouldn't Garrett Temple? He was a G League guy in Washington, right?
Yeah,
I think it was Washington.
Yeah. Was Pat Beverly a G League guy? I might have been before the G League was even invented, but I feel like He would.
Trivia question. How old is Pat Beverly before the G League was invented is my new favorite line. Let's listen to bouncing basketballs. And Tristan Thompson talk with James Ham about fitting in with the Kings. This is where it's supposed to play, like through the sound here that's potted up. And you know what? The hell with Tristan Thompson. I honestly didn't really want to hear what he had to say. I'm gonna be honest. I found James' caption funny, and I wanted to hear if that's what he said. But like I said, the hell with him. The hell with computers and all of that stuff.
Peyton in the chat says, yeah, maybe the best G League player of all time. Pascal Siakam was a G League guy.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Middleton was a G League guy, according to Shy Hoops. So, there's still hope. Still hope for Robert Woodard, Matt Coleman, DJ Stewart, Terry Coleman.
Terry Coleman, indeed. Yes, that's Terry Coleman. That's Kenny's favorite fictitious G leaguer. It's a combination of Matt Coleman and Emmanuel Terry. That's definitely that's Kenny's guy right there. Kenny's guy for sure. I'm gonna just try this one more time. Tristan Thompson.
It'll work.
Just be myself. I think with my personality and my aura and what I bring to the table, I'm a people's person. So, and just how my character is. It's teammates always love it. So it's easy for me to adjust to a new situation. So it's been going great. I think the guys like me. We're having a good time. Shits and giggles, shooting the shit. And I'm going to light up.
Tristan.
Okay.
God bless it. Tristan, like, damn, man. Tristan's the only one. Tristan is the only one.
Tristan Rose here on D-Lo and KC.
Bless it, man. Oh, for goodness sakes.
We just now.
I don't imagine Luke Walton does the same thing, but we'll just leave all of that out. I should have left my computer on mute. Like I've learned that sound plays better when your computer isn't on mute. But there you have it.
Tristan, a wild boy. You got to talk to Tristan though.
Jesse gonna be on high alert. Jesse gonna be on high alert. If we ever get Tristan Thompson on the show. By the way, now that you point that out, we probably should reach out to the Kings and see if we can get some of these guys on the show before the season starts. Beg and plead.
Baby, please.
It's going to be an announcement from a Twitter account. We've got every Kings player joining us in the upcoming days leading into the season.
So there was something that as we still talk Kings and kind of get into our
if this then that
yeah. I saw something earlier. I want to pull it up to make sure I'm accurate here, but where they were talking about the Kings 3-point shooters this year, and actually it was from our guy Tim Maxwell. And let me be the first to say,
boy,
Bleacher Report loves Tim Maxwell.
Oh, do they? Oh
gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Every other screenshot of a tweet is Tim Maxwell. It's good for him, but yeah, they love him. But
the giraffe guy.
Yeah, the giraffe.
I think that's what Monty referred to him as, the baby giraffe.
Yeah, they love them some Tim Maxwell. But he had some good numbers where he talked about the Kings that have taken 3-pointers this year. Here it is. From deep this season or this preseason. Buddy Hield, 7 of 26, 27%. Harrison Barnes shooting 42%. Terrence Davis shooting 33%. Fox shooting 25%. Metu shooting 37%. Ramsey 25, Louis the King 37, Marvin Bagley 16. Davion Mitchell 10 of 16, 62% from beyond the arc. Now, obviously, he's not shooting 60% from 3-point land in the season.
We'll see.
But if Davion was dare I get ambitious and say a 45% shooter from beyond the arc.
Come on, stop it. No, not okay. Wait, it's not impossible because we're probably talking Okay, that's pretty high.
It is pretty high. Maybe we'll say
but we're talking
42.
about like 4 threes a game. We're not talking about 14.
Right. I'm not saying he's shooting from Joe Harris, Buddy Hield type.
We're not talking Steph,
volume.
Davion.
Right.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Right. I'm saying I even think 4 might be high. If he was shooting like 2 or 3 threes a game, but he was shooting at a 45% clip.
Did he shoot the other night 6? Did he shoot 6 threes the other night?
9.
Oh, damn. Oh, that's right. He was 6 of 9. That's right. Yeah. He was 6 of 9.
Yeah. So, I mean, 45 is high too. I'll even concede to that. But if he was a 42% 3-point shooter, does that change everything about this team and what they could be and what Davion could be? Because I don't think anybody sees that. No. I don't think anybody sees 42% from beyond the arc when you talk about Davion Mitchell. I think he's capable of it, to be honest with you.
Because now that it changes a lot, because now you have a team that was already. So yes, it's a huge deal. Like if Davion is able to hit at that clip from 3-point range, like if Davion is able to have a prominent offensive repertoire bag, if you will, Louis, Gucci, whatever Mark Jones decides that day. If he has an offensive bag, then that I think that changes a lot of things for the Kings. But let me stay in the same vein of this conversation and ask you another question, because one thing that we kind of hang our hat on when we talk about the Kings is the fact that, well, offense isn't the problem. Even in these different write-ups that we read about the Sacramento Kings, hell, even John Hollinger wrote it. Kings fans' favorite guest. He wrote about offense isn't an issue when you got De'Aaron Fox, you got Tyrese Halliburton, you've got we saw what they were able to do offensively. That's not going to be an issue. You throw Davion into that mix, great, even better if he's got that offensive bag. But how much of the fact that the Kings was it 11th in offense last year? How much is the fact that they were so good offensively? How much of that was influenced by the fact that they were so bad defensively? Like possessions on the defensive end are shorter, taking the ball out of the net, bringing it up the court. Like there's not, and we've had this conversation many times about the amount of energy put out on the offensive end. If they improve, even if they have to improve, right? They can't be dead last in defense again. But let's say they're still bottom half. We'll go 20. I don't think 20 is good enough. But let's say they're just 20th, right? That means they're obviously they're doing something differently on the defensive end. Doesn't that have to at least a little bit influence the offensive end?
In theory, yes. Like I could understand that, but I look at it maybe a different way.
Okay.
If you're getting defensive stops and you're better on the defensive end, that's probably going to give you more fast break opportunities than you got before. And he, like last year, they did all this going up against set defenses a lot of the time because you're taking the ball out the net, bringing it up the court, and you got to get all this done against somebody's, locked in defensive effort. So it could be that. But to your point, though, if you're expending energy to play good, solid defense, maybe you don't have as much energy on the offensive end. So I understand what you're saying. But I just think they got guys that can score on this team, and that's kind of what they do, between Barnes and Fox. And I think Halliburton is an efficient scorer, and Marvin when he plays. These guys just score. It's just what they do.
So let me reverse the question to you. The if this then that thing. If Davion Mitchell can shoot 40% from three, and I'm gonna bring the percentage down because you went high.
I jumped out the window.
It's okay. That's all right. You had a parachute. It's fine. If Davion Mitchell can shoot 40% from three, then what?
Was it Hollinger who said he might, or was it Matt George?
Aaron's backup. John Hollinger.
One of them two said that I think it was Matt, who said he might be pushing for 30 minutes a night.
If it was positive, it was Matt. Yeah, if it was positive, it was definitely Matt.
The decipher right there.
Yeah.
But if he's shooting 40%, I'll still say 42. If he's shooting 42% from three, he might be pushing for 30 minutes a night. They may have to go to that 3-guard lineup more than they probably want to.
Davion Mitchell leading the Sacramento Kings in 3-point shooting wasn't a storyline that I was prepared for this year.
Here's the things where I don't think that it's crazy.
Okay.
Because and people have co-signed this from what they've seen. Matt talked about, he talked to the Baylor coaches or whatever. The guy lives in the gym, man. He lives in the gym. He's going to work on that shot tirelessly. I don't think it's a fluke that he's gotten better from, the years in college to his final year and to being even more efficient now this year.
Was it 44% last year?
I think
last year, Baylor. I know. Blake over the Kings Herald wrote something. Started it. Oh my gosh, Baylor 32%, 28%. The previous 2 seasons, he ended last year 44%.
And I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like I have an idea of the type of player Davion Mitchell was growing up and in high school. He was faster. He was more athletic. He was stronger. I can imagine in high school, he didn't have to work on his jump shot because he's fast. He'll get to the bucket. He'll finish. If you're smaller than him or the same size, he's strong enough to go through you. See these guys all the time. They don't have to work on their jump shot. So you get to the college level where it's not that easy anymore, and you need that jump shot is broke because you never worked on it. And he learned and continued to work, and it's gotten to the point now where he was a 44% three-point shooter in college, and he's brought that same work ethic into what he does into the NBA. Will he get to that in his first year? I don't know, but I would not be surprised if he was a damn good three-point shooter in his NBA career.
More likely to happen this year for Davion. 40% or more. 40% from 3 or 70% from the free throw line.
40% from 3.
Why do you say that so definitively?
Because I know
he's working on free throws.
See, I don't know what it is with the free throws. I feel like it's mental, and he's going to need some time to work on that.
Okay.
Because you said it's focus. It is focus, 100%, and it's routine. And you don't work as much as he has worked on his three-point shot and not work on your free throws. So I know he's worked on his free throws the same way, and they have not improved. So I'm more confident that the 3 is going to go down than the free throw percentage.
Okay.
Or the 3s are going to fall, and the free throws are going to fall.
Okay. More ahead, including your favorite, Terrence Davis, Rashawn Holmes. And James Ham said something that I think we should revisit about this current structure of the roster. We've got all of that coming up on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, I have been getting a phenomenal amount of spam calls.
Really?
Man, it is brutal. Yo, what? Stop spamming my phone. Damn.
I thought they were supposed to be taking care of this.
We are calling to tell you that
the people who
well, I got some
Marriott rewards people.
I got some packages at the door.
Was it what you thought it was earlier?
Yeah.
Man, go ahead and take this time while we're off the air. I need to see them. Come on.
Oh no, come on now.
Just give me the picture. Give me the picture.
Oh, the picture. I'll give you the picture. I mean, you want it on the screen, or you want me to text it to you?
You can text it. We can keep something.
I mean, it's not like it ain't.
It ain't like they're gonna be, they're not gonna be able to see them on opening night. I think that's what I'm feeling. They might be.
These are opening night. These are definitely opening night.
Let's go.
But I think
I get hyped over people's shoes purposes.
I think what might be at the door is what you received.
Ooh.
I think that might be what's there.
Members only.
Yeah. And is that the only one you got?
Yeah, Jazz got her stuff yesterday though.
Okay, they ship separately, so you might have. You should have a couple of more things coming
tonight. You're gonna get my text with what I want.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, now that I see the two things right next to each other, the picture I sent you and what you sent me. Ooh, boy. I'll put him on the screen, man.
That's all we doing. We ain't playing no games. We're not playing no games on D-Lo and KC. We're not playing with you. We're not playing.
It ain't a jacket. It ain't a jacket.
Let's go.
Here, they're in the closet, but I went ahead and
man.
Yeah, long overdue.
When you see that swoosh go backwards, it just goes crazy.
Yeah, with the I want to do the pink and white laces together.
Woo.
Maybe the pink and blue. I don't know. But I know I'm gonna run down when I grab my juice and get the door and see. Oh, what's in there? Oh, I see. Oh, we ain't the only ones getting packages today. Tyron got his Chatty House shirt. Let's go.
Nice.
I hate that he got a yellow one because it looks like my skin. He got the D-Lo colored shirt. I saw that Chiron tagged me that kid is on Cameo.
Yeah,
like, yo, do we need to get a drop? Do we need to get a drop from Kid?
Come on, man. If anybody goes for this Kid, come on, Kid.
I think we could get Kid on the show, to be honest.
So I think so too. I was thinking that when I saw
it. Dave Garcia knows what's up. Put this, bow, drop that real quick. Yep, it's up there. It's up there.
Yes, indeed.
Let's talk packages. It's been too long.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
Indeed. Yeah, that's just Macho Man was. Oh, that's a request from the chat over here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We love those listening on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. And I assure you, it's a whole different experience over on Twitch and YouTube. If you don't have the opportunity to check us out live from 12 to 4, you can always check us out at your own convenience. The show, the 4-hour show, often 4-hour plus show is archived for you. We also cut it up into smaller, more digestible bites. We understand you got busy lives. Maybe you don't have 4 hours in your evening to carve out to watch D-Lo and KC. So we'll put our conversation with James Ham up there. Talk to Grant Cohn, arguably the greatest 49ers interview in the history of radio.
It comes on except for today.
It was great today. I thought his take on Kyle Shanahan was spot on. We'll have that posted along with various show highlights. Of course, the 13th round, which is coming up here in about 30 minutes, and the house show, which drops every day on Twitch and YouTube at 2:43. So some good stuff over there on our Twitch and YouTube accounts. And who knows, Kings season's here.
Yes, it is.
We could have some more things on the way.
A week from today.
Man.
A week from today, they start in Portland. And you know what? I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to say it a week from today.
Okay.
Kings are winning that opener. They're beating Portland. Sorry, Chauncey. Your debut is not going to be successful.
Yeah. Does Dame ask out after game 1?
He just might.
The beating at the hands of the Sacramento Kings was so vicious. Dame walked off the floor saying, I need to go to Sacramento. All right, maybe that's a bit much. Bad.
The Kings are going to win that opener. They're going to come back to the Golden One Center on Friday night, 1-0. People are going to be feeling real good.
Indeed.
1
week from today.
Let's
the
go.
Game starts counting. We got a game tomorrow. It's the Kings versus the Lakers, and as James Ham tweeted earlier, James Ham will join us in the 3:00 hour. Luke Walton's, everyone's healthy, including Marvin Bagley. It's just I don't know why I felt the need to throw that in, but I had to. He certainly encompasses everybody, but just wanted to hit the little exclamation point right there. And it sounds like, and I'll go back to something I think James told us last week in one of his conversations with Luke Walton. Luke said he was probably going to tinker with the lineup one more time, which we saw. we saw that last game.
Mhm.
But that game was without Buddy. We saw Mo Harkless start. Game was without Bagley. We saw and Tyrese Davion Mitchell start. I wonder if tomorrow's lineup is the starting lineup.
I think it will be.
I kind of feel like it is too.
Yeah, I think it will be. And I think it's going to be what we saw in the first game. It's going to be
what we've dubbed as the traditional starting lineup with Harrison and Rashawn and Tyrese, De'Aaron, and Marvin. I don't know why I did it in that order, but there is absolutely no vibe to the way I just named off those players. But that's the lineup we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I see it being. I think Marvin's going to get the nod, and I think Marvin's going to play well. I think Marvin Bagley
saying it with the chest. Oh, okay.
Is going to have a very good season. I'm not going to say a big season or anything like that, but he averages 14 and 7. The numbers going up this year. The numbers going up. It ain't going to be 14 and 7 this year.
None of that matters. You want to step out there on a ledge? How many games is Marvin playing this year?
Well, hell, I can't do that.
Oh, can you have? Could it hypothetically? I don't know what the percentage of game. I think it's got to be close to 50. It might even be less, but let's just say 50. If Marvin plays 41 games, but he averages 19 and 10, does it matter?
It does. It does, because if he's averaging 19 and 10, you want to talk
in
about
half the season. I'm
just saying, if he's doing that, you want to talk about tantalizing.
41 games.
So let me ask you this: what do you mean by does it matter? Because if he's averaging,
what does it mean long term? Like, does it like
Kings or just for him?
For the Kings.
If you're the Kings, I think you got to take another shot at him.
$13 million shot. We talked about this in depth with Matt George on the Locked On Kings podcast, which you can also catch on YouTube or wherever you get podcasts from. This was the very conversation of how Marvin Bagley can increase his value heading into next year.
If Marvin plays 41 and averages 19 and 10, yeah, I'm taking a shot on him.
And you love that dude.
I'm taking a shot on him.
Fourth year. It'd be his fourth. It's not year number 1.
41 that's not a lot of games. I understand.
You still do it.
He's averaging 19 and 10, 14 and 7, maybe not, but 19 and 10. He's almost 20 and 10
for half the season.
Now let me ask you this. And what they do over there doesn't have anything to what we do over here. But, and I actually think it's crazy, but you saw those reports a couple weeks ago about Memphis willing or looking into giving Jaren Jackson the extension and possibly $100 million. That's crazy.
Well, Chad Ford, Jaren Jackson, De'Aaron Fox, same, like they're right there with each other. So
but Jaren Jackson.
The hell with Ja Morant and De'Aaron Fox. It's not Ja and De'Aaron, it's Jaren and De'Aaron.
And he really not doing much anything. It was a wild take.
I mean, your point is valid. He gets injured a lot. Like, I understand it. I mean, hey, let Memphis make their own mistakes. If that's they want to, if there's enough there for them to give Jaren Jackson, there's no conversation about Marvin Bagley getting $100 million.
So, okay. So let me ask you.
Or anything in that vicinity.
No, there isn't 100%. But, and I don't know how to make this work. I don't know trying to figure out how to word it as well. But if you don't have Buddy's $20 million, does that change the thought of you giving $13 million a year for Buddy or for Marvin? Because I feel like the fact that you have Buddy's money and Harrison's money, even though I want to keep Harrison, that clouds, well, we just can't give Marvin $13 million a year. If for playing 41 games and even if he's averaging 19 and 10, we just can't do it. Whereas if you were able to get Buddy out of here, he's not even your starter anymore, and you had that money allocated to whatever Tyrese Halliburton is making and Terrence Davis and Davion Mitchell, I ain't saying you got money to blow, but now 13 doesn't hit you as hard.
So 13 for
Mark.
for 1 year or for 4?
See,
or 13.
I wouldn't do
4.
13. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I was thinking for 1. If he's asking for 4, though, I feel like you can come down on the price, though. I think if he's asking for 4, you could go. That's still 11. I was gonna say 4 for 48, but you can go. If he wants to lock into 4, you could probably go to 30.
Like, why? How would you at this point, if you're Monty McNair, lock into 4 years with him? If he relative, relative.
Because like you're paying, and I was gonna say something disrespectful. I don't want to say that, but you're paying guys like Nemanja Bjelica $7 million.
When all else fails, let's trash Nemanja Bjelica. It's fine. It's fine.
You're paying guys like that $7 million. It didn't kill you that you were paying him that. It wasn't ideal, but it didn't kill you.
Would you be comfortable? Like, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with you jumped out the window earlier. I'll jump out the window now. 75 games, 19-10. You going 4 years? I get why you do 1.
Mm-hmm.
You going 4?
If the money's right, I feel like I got to. And I understand the concern. Part of the concern is it was a contract year for me. I'm thinking if he plays 75 games.
My question would be, how did he magically get healthy during a contract?
That's what I'm saying. That's the thing that would worry me is like, in a contract year, you were able to gut some things out and play. Now, he's had broken bones. So it's not like he's coming in there with a sore knee and not trying to play. So I don't think that's the case with Marvin, where he was dogging it, and then contract year, he's got to show that he's healthy and he plays. But I feel like if you're the Kings, you got to, because if he's playing 75 games and he's averaging 19-10, you're probably in some type of playoff situation. And he would be averaging 19-10. He's a big part of that.
Yeah,
you gotta just close your eyes and hand over the contract.
Close your eyes.
Just close your eyes, cross your fingers, and hand here. Just sign it.
Better cross your fingers. That's for damn sure.
Close your eyes, cross your fingers, say like, here, just sign it. I don't even want to see you sign it. Just sign it.
I do. There are times where, like, have you ever gone to the store, bought something, and the cashier wants to give you a breakdown, and you just like, no, just charge. Like somehow, if you don't know, it's not nearly as bad as it actually is. Like I did that when I had to moved in when I moved. It was like, just don't just don't tell me, just here, as if the money was going to be different because I didn't get a breakdown of it. Like, yeah, Marvin Bagley signed a 4-year deal, but we didn't see it, so it doesn't. It's not the same.
Sometimes that just knowing the information but not hearing it again will help you out. Will help you get through the day.
Psychological assurance, man. That's all it is right there. It's psychological assurance.
But,
go ahead.
Well, no, we got Chris in here. He says Casey's making the case for why you don't sign an extension with Bagley. I'm just telling you, if Marvin Bagley played 75 games and averaged 19-10, and this team went into the real playoffs, everybody would be like, he probably only did that because it's a contract year. Don't sign him. Like, no, nobody would. Not a lot of people would do that. You'd be like, this is what happens when he's healthy. That would be the narrative. That would be the call. See, he stayed healthy and look what he could do. It would not be, well, nice knowing you, Marvin.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are so happy that you are here with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and of course on 1320 AM. If you want to connect with the show, a variety of ways. you could do it. You could, of course, if you're in the chat house, you could jump in right there, take part in the conversation in real time, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can connect through our various social media accounts at Dylan with KC and at ESPN1320. That's good for Twitter and Instagram. And of course, the phone lines are always open for you. 916-349-1320. James Ham coming up in the 3 o'clock hour here. I would say 3:20, but James Ham may feel like talking to 3. He might feel like talking to 3:05. It's the James Ham Show. Whenever he wants to start, we'll start. He'll have a lot of things to share from the Sacramento Kings practice today for sure.
Real quick on this Marvin Bagley thing, I want a clarification. It's people can explain the cap and contract things to me all the time. And every time a new situation comes up, I'm going to ask for them to explain it again. That's just how it goes, you know? So,
explain it to Kenny like he's 5.
and then explain it again the next time it comes up, because it's just not going to stick with me. But Terrence says, he talks about 75 games as a ton. I'd probably see what he gets offered and match or sign him to a 1+1. To be in that situation, you have to offer the qualifying offer of $13 million, right? Mm-hmm. So that's a decision that they have.
The rookie,
they have to make before they can even see what type of offers might be out there.
Yeah, the rookie. The rookie thing, it's similar to Rashawn, right? Didn't they extended the offer to Rashawn? It's a formality. It's just a part of the deal.
Yeah.
The thing with Marvin is it's steep. Whereas with Rashawn, it was like, oh, this is cheap. With Rashawn, it's like, or excuse me, with Marvin, it's steep.
And also with Rashawn, wow, it feels like it was years ago, but I should know this. He wasn't restricted. They couldn't match.
Correct.
Marvin's restricted.
Wait, so no, Rashawn. That's correct. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Why does this feel like an eternity ago?
Like, how do I not remember this? I don't think Rashawn was unrestricted, because it was never about matching. Because I think if it was matching,
he signed a 2-year deal with Vlade.
Mm.
Yeah, and that was it. There was only, and I know there's only like when you sign a deal, like there's only like a max. This isn't the proper use of the term, a max extension that you can sign. Not a max extension, but there's a maximum amount that you're allowed to pay a player.
Right.
And that's like you were reading a lot about it.
Stuff like that.
Right. Bird rights, early bird rights, all of those different things.
So they didn't have a lot. There you go. John Bull. Rashawn was unrestricted. Marvin would be, if they did the qualifying offer, he'd be a restricted free agent. So yeah.
Let's hit a couple of more ifs than that's. We're talking about Davion. What would happen if he shot 40% from 3? What about your man's Terrence Davis? If Terrence Davis puts up
microwave,
if Terrence Davis puts up 12 points per game,
I got to say all his stuff.
Got to he comes up every time. Now I'll just know to pause. I'll know to pause moving forward. Every time I say Terrence Davis, you'll hit all the nicknames. It's
El Caballo Loco. It's New Microwave. Maybe it should be Young Microwave. I can't call him the Microwave because that's Vinny.
That's wrong. That's correct. If Terrence Davis puts up 12 points per game, then what?
That's a good sign. If he's putting 12 points a night up, in the way I'm hearing 12 points a game is Buddy Hield's still here. So Buddy is playing well.
Yep.
And if he's able to carve out a role on this team where he's still getting 12 and maybe limited minutes, it's a great sign. That's a great sign for this team.
Is there any chance, and I feel like we asked someone this, could Terrence, the proverbial depth chart, because is there a situation you see where Terrence could jump Buddy Hield in the depth chart? You know what? Never mind. Don't answer that. Forget that. Never mind. I'm going to ask someone more impartial than you. Never mind. Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
I mean,
no.
I'm just saying.
I rescind my question.
So look, I'm
rescinding the qualifying offer.
I'm already accepting the qualifying offer. I'll answer it this way. I don't think he can. And it's not because of talent. I understand the structure of
dynamics.
Yeah. So I don't think he can. I don't think he can jump him. He might be able to match minutes with him, but I don't think they'll ever flip as long as Buddy's here.
James also brought up the last time he was with us, he talked about his optimism with this roster. Maybe optimism is a strong word, but he said he expected this team to do something this year.
Mm-hmm.
He expected them to this isn't, and I know it's hard. I know it's hard for all of us to, I get it. 15 years. This isn't same old Kings. This isn't same old Kings for Kings fans. Now, it might be same old Kings for John Hollinger. It might be same old Kings for Zach Lowe. That's fine. It's not same old Kings for the people who cover the team. It's not same old Kings for the people that are around this team the most. But James did mention that he thinks, we may start the season seeing one thing, but he doesn't think that Monty in this front office is done moving. He doesn't think that this is the same roster we're going to see when the Kings are making their push for a playoff spot or a berth in the postseason, the play-in, however you want to phrase this. He thinks there's more changes on the way. And the thing that we often get hung up on is whenever we share a frustration with Buddy Hield or a frustration about Marvin Bagley is, well, what is out there? How is this roster going to, take shape? Does Marvin Bagley become more attractive? Like Tristan Thompson may be attractive. Hell, someone on this show thought there might be a Hassan Whiteside bidding war at the trade deadline last year. I won't say who. Tristan Thompson is better than Hassan Whiteside is. I think it's okay to say he's significantly better than Hassan Whiteside is.
Yeah.
And we know as the season goes along, without fail, every year, man, so-and-so needs a big. Man, so-and-so needs a center. Tristan Thompson could be a trade piece. And as much as we've loved, Tristan Thompson and his 4-letter words that he uses in media sessions, $9 million could be moved at the end of the year. With guys like Marvin and Buddy, I don't know, what is the deal that is out there? What's the player? I'm seeing Alex. I guess we're determined to get Dante DiVincenzo here somehow. The thing I'd say about Dante DiVincenzo, Alex, because I thought about that as Alex jumped in on youtube.com/ESPN1320. And again, the determination to get Dante here, I admire. But at what point with a player like Dante DiVincenzo are you getting repetitive?
Yeah.
Okay, Dante's cool. Well, we got Tyrese and we got Davion and we got a handful of other gritty defenders. And I'm not saying, we've got too many of those, but Buddy and Dante DiVincenzo are two very different skill sets when you now, unlike before, you have guys on your roster who have a skill set similar,
right,
comparable to Dante DiVincenzo.
And here's the thing that I think about when I think about trading those two. If you trade them separately or together, everybody's talking about Ben Simmons, but whatever. If that happens, that happens. But aside from a Ben Simmons, who's out there that you would want? Who's out there that you could get with those?
That's it.
And then you got to ask yourself, are you willing to take a flyer on a young guy, or are you willing to take probably less than market value just to move on from them and clear things up on your own team? And what I mean by that is the Kings would probably want a small forward, maybe a 4, but probably a small forward. And when you talk about that, I'm gonna just go to just a random team here, let's go to the Clippers and look at their small forwards. What do you want to trade them for? Nick Batum, Luke Kennard? Because that's kind of what you're looking at.
Wasn't Nick Batum?
Nick Batum actually was pretty good last year.
Isn't trading Nick Batum the same as Buddy? Wasn't Nick Batum the one who averaged 60%, 60% of his shots? Some absurd number of his shots were 3-pointers.
I feel like
wasn't that the stat? I feel like Will Z had that stat for us.
I feel like Nick Batum is he knows who he is, though, right? You know what I mean? He knows who he is. He knows what he's there for, defense and rebounding. But so that adds to my point, though. Nick Batum is probably a lower version of Buddy to some people. Are you willing to do that just to get yourself a small forward or or get rid of those contracts or whatever the case may be.
Well, if the contract's the same, I mean, in this situation, just play Buddy at small forward for goodness sakes.
And that's what I'm saying and we'll talk to James about it. But when you talk about this roster not being the same, I don't know what moves are out there. Now, this is October. Moves can become available once January and February.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But right now, I don't see it, man. I don't see something out there that
we could hold out for Dame, like Daryl Morey.
Oh, Daryl Morey is. I don't want to do anything Daryl Morey does.
Let's hold out for Dame.
I don't want to operate a team in any way like Daryl Morey.
Universal deal for Dame Lillard. Oh man, we got about as good a chance of doing that as Daryl Morey does.
Facts. So I don't know if there's anything out. That's why I understand what James is saying and other people are saying when they're like, "Yo, this roster's not finished." But what's out there?
Yeah,
I don't see it right now. But I think James will also tell us there probably isn't anything right now. But like we just mentioned, things change.
The Kuzma,
the year changes.
The Kuzma Montrezl Harrell thing fit. It was like, oh, this makes perfect sense. This was easy to put together. Makes sense. Okay, go ahead, pat yourself on the back because Kenny had been talking about Kyle Kuzma for. Okay, it's fine. You feel better?
I'm just saying.
Man, is this? Jeez Almighty.
There's Will Z says 66% of Batum's shots were threes last year.
Boy, it feels like Buddies are like 90.
Yeah, I feel like Buddy's higher.
No,
13 shots and 12 of them are threes. That's higher than 66%.
It is. Those are the most memorable games in which he's doing that. I have a follow-up question, sort of, as it pertains to these potential roster changes. I'll hit you with that here in just a heartbeat. We'll give you the results of our poll question over on youtube.com /ESPN 1320. What's the more likely scenario for one? Kyrie Irving never plays again, never plays in Brooklyn again, plays somewhere else this year, plays somewhere else next year. It's actually pretty close, some of these results. I'm really surprised by the one that's leading. Get your vote in now. We'll give you those results here when Dylan with KC return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
I didn't have everything ready. 13th and
my man. 13th round, Kenny Caraway out here, and we've talked for the last week and a half about Wilder and Fury. There are other things going on in the boxing world, and some of it took place last week, and I got to get everybody caught up on it. And the one thing that I want to start off with when I talk about that is Tank has a match. And this one, this is some good stuff. Tank Davis versus Rolly Romero, December 5th, Staples Center, Los Angeles. This is going to be a movie. Tank coming back out to the West Coast. Oh, man, they're going to be out there. They're going to be out there. Now, when you talk about this fight specifically, these guys don't like each other. Rolly's been talking crazy about Tank for the last 2-3 years. And he actually has some funny tweets. Like, I don't like Rolly. Rolly is the ultimate villain. Somebody compared him to Mayorga. He is exactly like a Mayorga. You just don't like him. But you understand he's playing his role in the story of the villain, and he's willing to do it, and he's doing it perfectly. Now, here's the thing. I used to really like Rolly as a fighter. I was like, yo, this guy could go. Mayweather needs to give him a look or whatever the case may be. And once he stepped up in competition, he looked one-dimensional. He got a gift decision to keep his undefeated record in his belt before. And then he knocked some replacement guy out after that. He's not impressive at all. Rolly, as he has stepped up in competition, has looked worse to me. And with that being said, he's talking crazy about Tank. He thinks that he can beat Tank. He thinks he's a formidable opponent. Tank is about to knock this dude's block off. You want to talk about Leo Santa Cruz type knockout? Tank is going to destroy Rolly Romero. And it's because Rolly is reckless. He's careless. He leaves himself open. He's kind of slow. He's got some thump in his punches, but he's not going to be able to hurt Tank. And Tank is about to knock this boy in the next week. But the build up to this fight is going to be one for the ages because Rolly is going to say whatever at these press conferences. Tank ain't gonna say too much, but Tank is just gonna sit there and stew. And when he fights him on December 5th, it's a bag. It's a body bag, as Doug Christie would say. That's the 13th round. LA at Staples. I think so too. The only crazy thing about that is, and I don't know why Mayweather Promotions keeps doing this, is that's a Sunday. And I'm like, yeah, or you catch you can't even, they might not even have flights that go out that late. But it's going to be dope in LA too. I went to Spence and Porter at the Staples Center, and it's lit. Like, it's lit because a lot of people that come in, they stay in that LA Live area, or we stayed at the Marriott, that, the big tall Marriott across the street from, right next to Staples Center, and like everybody was there. It's really dope at the Staples Center when they have fights there. Yeah, I would go. It's gonna be, the vibe is gonna be crazy in there because people are gonna be in there for Tank. Tank, he's there. Sure no. Baltimore is gonna be in the house December 5th in Staples. Whoa, hold on.
Oh, I got mine.
Hold on.
I got mine.
Don't hurt him.
What's this one? I don't even know what this is. Oh, that ain't even.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah. Got the members one too. We here, baby. Appreciate you for being with us. Twitch, YouTube, the Odyssey app, 13:20 a.m. James Ham coming up at 3:20. What? James Ham going to join us whenever the hell he wants to.
Facts.
Thanks, Ramsey. Or is it Earl? Is it Earl? What? Who's Earl? It's not Ramsey. It's Earl.
I always called him Earl Sweatshirt, but that's a rapper. I think it is Earl Ramsey.
Earl Sweatshirt? You thought his name was Earl Sweatshirt?
No, I didn't think that was his name, but when he said Earl, it reminded me of the rapper Earl Sweatshirt. I think Earl Sweatshirt is with Tyler, the Creator. And I'm not even a big Tyler, the Creator fan, but that's where I got Earl Sweatshirt from.
Kyrie Irving is more likely to, according to the poll over on youtube.com/ESPN 1320, says never play again, never play in Brooklyn again, play somewhere else this year, play somewhere else next year. 33% say never play again. 27% say play somewhere else next year. 22% say never play in Brooklyn again.
And you said number one was never play again?
Mm-hmm.
I understand why people would say that, but he's not going to never play again. He'll be back out there. That would be last for me. Never play again.
Yeah.
He might even take the whole year off, but yeah, I think I brought up that question the other day, and you're like, nah, he'll play again. He might take a year or two off, but
yeah, I'm not of the belief he's never going to play basketball again. I'm definitely not in that camp. If I had to pick one of those 4 options that we just put out there, I'd probably lean towards just not playing Brooklyn again.
Mm-hmm.
I know these kind of some of these kind of go together. Like, play somewhere else next year. Do you think he plays somewhere else this year? Do you think he plays in Brooklyn this year?
I think he plays this year in Brooklyn. I think he comes back to this team and plays, and I think they look to move him in the offseason.
Well, is he can leave?
Is he a free agent?
I think so. Because weren't they trying to do contracts for, like they did KD's?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're trying to do James. And I thought Brooklyn has had a whole lot of plans that just haven't really worked out. I mean, this whole thing, like, real talk. You think Kevin Durant has any regret at all for leaving Golden State?
No. He was ready to move on from them. Now, he may have regrets for teaming up with Kyrie, but leaving Golden State, he was done. For whatever reason, he doesn't seem to be that fond of Steve Kerr. That's kind of baffling to me. Like, Steve Kerr seems to be a pretty cool guy, pretty, good coach and somebody that
players can relate to.
Yeah, like he doesn't seem like somebody you would have a problem with. But and KD might not. It's not like he hates the guy, but I think he was ready. He was done playing under Steve Kerr, from everything that I can gather.
I had heard that. Remember that? I think remember that in-game scenario. Like it was an in-game. It was on mic, and he was talking to KD about something Jordan did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I don't remember what he was talking about. I had always heard that really pissed Kevin Durant off. So you talk about two peas in a pod. KD is a unique dude too. His uniqueness is trumped by Kyrie. like there is no one in Kyrie's category.
Kyrie, like, I'll show you unique.
Yeah, like
you're unique. I'll show you unique.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think KD misses Golden State one bit. He just probably would have picked a different partner.
This Brooklyn thing has not gone well. Like they were supposed to join up, but of course they join up when KD's hurt. And then you got the season stoppage, and then you come back and no one's quite getting healthy. You got Kyrie taking a 2-week sabbatical. James Ham coming over. James Harden coming over. James Ham would never quit on his team. James Harden coming over. He gets injured. They can't all get on the floor at the same time. Now you've got this, you missed it with all of that, you still missed the NBA finals by a centimeter.
Yeah.
And here you are headed into this year where we thought there'd probably be like extreme focus by those three guys. Kyrie has put the focus back on him.
And I'll say this as well, because I was talking to my guys. Shout out to my guy Sean P. Shout out to Man League.
Sean P. Happy birthday!
I haven't even seen that.
I think it's Sean P's birthday, man. Happy birthday, Sean P.
Definitely got to give him some ear horns if that's the case, man. Happy birthday, man! But I was on the 916 podcast with my guys over there, and we were talking about the Nets and all this other stuff, and I had to say, wait a minute, Kyrie being there gives them the cheat code.
Sure.
But I'm sorry, they still got Kevin Durant, James Harden.
Mm-hmm.
The expectations with Kevin Durant and James Harden should absolutely be NBA championship. So if I'm Kevin Durant, the cupboard's not bare. I am absolutely in a great position to win an NBA championship this season if Kyrie never plays a minute, as long as I got James Harden.
So in your mind, I'm not talking Vegas here. It's not my bag. It's your bag. I'm not BetQL. I don't make betters.
Shout out Q.
Brooklyn's still the favorite to you?
To win everything or to
everything.
Yes. Although I've gone back and forth lately because I've been thinking, we're almost there. We're almost time to start making some previews and some predictions and stuff like that. I've gone back and forth between them and Milwaukee.
Okay.
Milwaukee is like almost the opposite of Brooklyn right now as far as distractions and, and flying under the radar and all this other stuff. Milwaukee won the NBA championship and they just kind of chilling. They don't even have expectations to do it again, really, from other people. It's like, even with Giannis, it's like there's no pressure on him. Mm-hmm. Now it's like, okay, you got your championship. We won't ever question you.
And it's directly because of him. His clinching game performance was massive.
Mm-hmm. So they're flying under the radar and they're bringing everybody back except for PJ Tucker. But some people can make the argument PJ Tucker.
He wasn't a big part of why they won. His 0.0 points per game, I don't think out of the lot. I know he did some other things for the team.
Omaha KC Kings, who has an interesting avatar and a name. I don't know. Please elaborate in the chat here on what the avatar is. And if you are an old Kansas City Kings fan, but he says losing PJ Tucker hurts Milwaukee. Well, I mean, PJ Tucker was getting destroyed by Kevin Durant for the majority of that series. And like you said, 0.0 points per game, that could be made up. I'm not going to say like they wouldn't have been fine keeping him. And it doesn't maybe take them down a notch, but I think they're fine without PJ Tucker. You got DiVincenzo playing now.
Yeah, lost in all of that.
Yeah,
Dante DiVincenzo didn't play last year. Or not last year.
No.
Yeah.
Well, he was your starting shooting guard if you're Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I just thought I'd throw the.
I think I saw something. Oh man, if I could pull it up real quick because I want to be accurate. But it was on NBA TV or NBA.com, and I don't know if it was a GM poll. Yeah, it was a GM survey, and who will win the 2022 NBA Finals? 72% say the Brooklyn Nets.
I feel like they said that last year too, didn't they?
Maybe. 17% say the Lakers and 10% say the Bucks.
Lakers. So the Lakers are going to be a story all year because if they don't come out strong, it's going to be LeBron's old. It's going to be the team's too old. It's going to be this chemistry experiment doesn't work. It's going to blow up at the trade deadline. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. It's going to be kind of the same old story with LeBron James-led teams where if they don't start to the expectations that everyone else sets, then, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, when normally, with last year being a notable exception, he's still going to wind up in the NBA Finals somehow. Now, at some point, that's going to come to an end. I don't know if this is the year it's going to come to an end, but, I mean, it came to an end last year, but is anybody betting on Phoenix doing it again? Clippers? Denver? Utah?
And that's the thing. There's nobody there ready to take the team. You talk about, like I said, you list the names. Are the Suns ready? We don't know.
It's not are the Suns ready? Are the Suns capable of doing it again?
Right.
They're not catching anybody flat-footed this year.
Are they capable of doing it again? Is Denver, can they get healthy in time? Utah, can they have playoff success? Are the Kings ready? We just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I had the Kings taking out the Lakers.
I just don't know if they're ready.
Yeah,
they're ready.
They need the playoff.
To get to the Western Conference Finals.
There it is.
To take down LeBron. I don't know if they're ready.
That's right.
I don't want to jump out the window and say they will take out the. That would be jumping out the window. I'm being a realist when I say Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, right. Obviously, Western Conference Game 7, of course. It'd probably be at the Staples Center because the Lakers get it going at the end of.
They're a year ahead of schedule. But to your point,
schedule, yes.
To your point,
a year, only a year ahead of schedule. Indeed, the Kings don't even have a schedule, but we're a year ahead of it.
To your point, though, I don't know if there's a clear-cut team to knock off the Lakers right now. Do you have a dark horse that can knock off the Lakers?
No, I don't think dark horses exist in the NBA, do they?
A little bit.
I mean, when we I'm not going to Utah. Wasn't Utah the number 1 seed last year? They're not a dark horse. I don't expect them to be good in the playoffs. I'm not going to pick them to do anything, but a dark horse would be like Memphis. There ain't no chance in hell you're going to get me to say Memphis is, the next Phoenix Suns. I don't think there's one out there. Because I don't what would be like a dark horse? Isn't that kind of a surprise? What team would be like, oh, I'm surprised by this?
I got one, and I feel like I dismissed them maybe just less than 24 hours ago.
There's no who.
I feel like I don't want to close the book on the Clippers.
Oh, okay.
No, I ain't saying that.
Okay, you dismissed the team yesterday. I was legit about to get up and leave. I was about to be all right, Casey. Enjoy the Kenny Caraway hour here on.
No, I think the Clippers losing Kawhi hurts.
I don't think so. Sure.
And that's a big deal. I don't want to act like it's not. But Paul George, Reggie Jackson, I'm not going to say he's going to do anything crazy, but I do think Terrence Mann is a good ball player, and he's going to get some good looks. He could help out with what they're trying to do out there. Eric Bledsoe isn't a complete scrub or anything like people try to treat him. He's a good ball player. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Maybe they can tread water. And Kawhi has said that he's going to try and do everything he can to come back this season.
Yeah.
Do we believe him or not? I don't know.
Well, I believe that.
I think he's going to try, but I think it's all circumstantial. Like he's not going to come back this year if they have no shot. Like if they're in the playing.
But I don't think that's going to be. Is a playing scenario no shot? Like what if you're what if you're like the seventh? Like the 7th seed is traditionally a good team.
Yeah, but I look at the 7th seed as having no shot this year, though. To your point, yeah, the 7th. Traditionally, the 7th seed ain't going to the Western Conference Finals. Traditionally, now this year, though, I don't think. To your point, which you were just kind of maybe referencing to, I don't think there's a seed in the playoffs that has no shot in the Western Conference. Like if you are a 7th seed this year, what you trying to say that you can't beat Utah in a series? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So
Utah might be the 7th seed.
I don't think they fall that far off. Speaking of Utah, and I don't know,
disrespect Utah just because. By the way, did you see who they signed to their?
To say, I was just
You was right, man. That dude be looking funny, bro. You're Dwayne.
Go ahead, tell the people.
For those who don't know, Dwayne Wade's son signed with the G League team in Utah. The team that Dwayne Wade has an ownership stake in. All right, dude.
The ultimate opportunist.
Yeah, I got.
And this was after, and I'm not.
I watch him under a microscope now. Every time I look at Dwayne Wade, I think he lost me though. When I was reading the Gabrielle Union stuff, I was like, yeah, I'm out. Like I can't fool with Dwayne Wade.
He's a character.
Sneaky.
He's very sneaky. Very sneaky. And this is coming off the heels of, because I knew people that were not close to the situation, but were in LA at the time. And I think it was the pandemic year. Yeah, because that's when high school basketball stopped. So they were in the playoffs and Bronny was playing and D Wade, Zaire was not playing. Mm-hmm. And people were, D Wade he came out and we want to talk about getting saved. He got saved by the pandemic because he came on that post-game show and was like, nah, I'm not going to the game if my son's not playing.
I remember that.
Have to beat up the coach.
I remember that. Yeah.
Like, whoa. And literally the next day, the Warriors announced they weren't having fans at the arena. So he got saved. But people close to the situation was like, Zaire's not playing because he don't work hard enough. Like he came in there and he was thinking he was going to be the dude. He didn't want to play defense. He didn't want to do none of this. And he kind of checked out. And Bronny plays because Bronny is out there like paying his dues. Like right now, because who was the guy? I think it was, I feel like it was Zaire Williams. That was his senior year. The guy who went to Stanford and got drafted by Memphis, maybe. And it was his show. And Bronny was like, all right, well, I'm a freshman. I'm not the guy. How can I get on the court? Playing defense. I'll go in there and play my minutes and play defense. And Z Wade reportedly wasn't really into all that. And D Wade wasn't like, yo, you got to do better. He was like, well, we just ain't going to support. We ain't going to show up. I'm going to pull him out of Sierra Canyon. I don't even know if he's old enough to play in college right now. Isn't he the same age as Bronny? And Bronny's like a junior.
I thought he was a year older than.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know that would. Yeah, I mean, he could go to college then, but what are the parameters for the G League? Like, he's not on the Ignite. Like, he's on the Utah, whatever the roster's name is. I don't even care. I'm not going to break down Zaire Wade's game. The point was that dude is funny. Dwayne the Snake Roberts. Like that's that dude. That's what he is. Dwayne the Snake Robert. Like Dwayne Wade is sneaky, dude. And then when Gabrielle Union was doing that book tour, it was like, fam, I'm rocking with Gabby before I rock with you.
Yeah, man. D-Wade. But look,
called it. Give you your roses. Pat yourself on the back. I'll pat you on the back too.
Out there, I talked to Donovan before the game. Donovan just put up 55 last and play all. He don't need you to talk to him. Look at me getting mad at D-Wade for just talking to Donovan.
Dwayne Wade ain't allowed to talk to nobody. You ain't allowed to talk to nobody. I saw a comment here in the chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Do you think is there any chance at all The Lakers miss the playoffs?
No, absolutely not. They got too much talent. Now, they may not have enough talent to get where they're trying to get, and enough young talent to get where they're trying to get. But nah, man, they making the playoffs. At the very least, man, they got LeBron and AD. That's gonna get you in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that sometimes even I forget about. It's like it's LeBron, it's LeBron, it's LeBron, it's LeBron. Oh, Anthony Davis is on the roster too.
Yeah.
You focus on boy, they make it. Are the Lakers playing? Who's playing right now? Phoenix and Portland is playing right now for some reason. Yeah, they're
because the Mercury play tonight.
Oh, okay. So they're doing that again. I chuckled when I saw, I think it was the Sports Center Twitter account, or maybe it was just an ESPN Twitter account. Melo, Westbrook, Bron, Davis in the purple and gold. They sent that out this morning. Oh, they lost by 12 last night. What are you doing?
So they ended up coming back a little bit because I think they was getting beat up last night.
They lost to the Warriors last night. Like, yo, I know y'all were hell bent on getting this tweet out, but fam, like this makes you look a little bit goofy. What are y'all doing?
Goofy. Yeah. They
all in the gold together. I think someone walked out with the 3 and the 6 and the Westbrook 360 Lakers full circle. Like, yo, I don't think the Lakers are coming out of the West, man. I'm torn. Part of me wants to see the Lakers fall on their face, but part of me knows they're going to blame Russell Westbrook if they do.
Well, you know that's coming.
I don't want to deal with that. Like, but I also at the same point, my love's only going to go so far. I love Russell Westbrook without that. I don't have a problem that he's on the Lakers. They're like, the Lakers get the Kyle Shanahan treatment from me right now. Like they're going to be good, but y'all are talking about them way too much. I get it's the Lakers, and more specifically, it's Bron. I get you got a starting lineup potentially, or maybe not a starting lineup, but you have a lineup at some point that's going to consist of Hall of Famers.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're going to have at some point 5 Hall of Famers on the floor. I get it. It's compelling. This team's 0-5 right now. Like this team's just losing games at a rapid rate.
Now, I will say, when it comes to they're
0-5, they're 0 whatever they are.
It comes to the Lakers, I'm not really going to pay attention to them until after the first of the year.
Sure.
I think that's when they'll show a little something. But I mean, they got holes, man. And then if you got Horton Tucker going to be out for a little while with the broken thumb, I mean, that's the guy that they were relying on for a bench that's a little spotty. So it's feast or famine, I think, with the Lakers. They're either going to be it's either going to click and they're going to, be a NBA Finals type team, or they're just never going to get it, and they're always going to struggle. And they may
never going to get it. Never going to get it.
Never going to get
Vogue
it.
said.
Shout out to him, Vogue, giving him something he can feel. What a video for a little Kenny Caraway.
What an album cover! That album cover with the all white was special.
Little Kenny Caraway loved him, Vogue.
Indeed.
But they may. This sounds crazy, but they could just kind of not really click and be in the same situation they were in last year, fighting for that 6th seed, trying to stay out of the play-in situation.
Yeah, they could be. How much do you? Because I want to tie this back to the Kings, because this is what we were talking about. Potential roster changes on the way, potential things that could happen between now and February, and how much of any change because the Lakers are going to stay the course, whether they ever click or not. They're going to stay the course. Like fast start, slow start, it doesn't really matter. LeBron's always going to believe, and he's going to tell you, we're going to figure it out. We've seen this before. Miami Heat took half a season. Returned to Cleveland with Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving, took half a season. In both of those cases, Miami, Cleveland, they both went to the finals. With the Kings, though, we were talking about potential changes that could come between now and February. how much of that is dictated because they're not the Lakers. They can't figure things out halfway through the year.
Yeah.
How much of it is dictated by the fact that they almost have to get off to a good start?
A lot of it, man.
They can't fall. They can't fall behind.
Yeah, man. It's imperative, man. And I don't want to say for sure like they can't be 500 or a game or two below 500 by
500 is starting good. Like that's a good start.
If they were like 3 games below 500 by December 1st, all is not lost. But they can't have.
But there is a number.
Yeah, they can't have a start. I don't think like they did 2 years ago when they were talking about the India trip and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Like that can't happen.
Yeah.
So
still paying for that trip to India. What is the number though? Like, because there is a number, like you said, 3 games under 500 December. Okay. But like, is it once we get north of 5, or maybe in this situation, be south of 5? I don't know. Once we get to 5 or over, isn't that is that the number?
I'm gonna put this may be a lot of leeway. It really may be. I understand that. But I'm gonna say 10.
No, absolutely not. That's way too high.
5 is not. 5 is
10
not.
games under 500 is way too high.
On December 1st.
Too high.
I don't know if they would have played that many games.
Too high.
What
like Major League and the home run. Too high.
What does it do?
It's 5.
5 is 5. You can bounce back from 5. When I say too high, I mean something that you probably can't recover from.
No, but what's the cutoff point where if you're Monty, you're like, we've got to do something here. We've got to make a change for once in my life.
I'll meet you halfway and say 7. Because 5, you can recover from 5. You go on a 3-game winning streak.
Now you're just being Kyrie, talking about meeting me well, Kyrie wouldn't even meet me halfway. He'd be like 20. Okay, fine. 7, man. 7 games under 500 feels like a lot.
You can recover from 5. 7 and lower, higher, whatever. That's ain't no coming back from that. Somebody got to go.
All right.
You can make the playoffs 5 games under 500.
But you're talking about December. Like,
yeah. So if they're
you gonna get better?
3-8. I'll give you this.
I do not want this. I'll tell you this. I don't want this team to be 3-8.
No, I'll say this: 5 games under on December 1st, and 10 is are up. Like,
okay,
you could be on your way out.
Okay,
if this doesn't turn around now.
All right, James Ham's going to join us here shortly. We'll come back a couple of quick. Boy, we talk about Dwayne the Snake Roberts, Dwayne Wade looking funny. How about Schefter and that revelation this morning?
Come on, man. It's all starting to add up. It's all starting to make sense.
Bro, the math has been there for years. We'll touch on that. Plus, Ben Simmons, he's back, baby. We've got that. More Kings talk on the way as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Real quick, it says the Lakers waived Mac McClung. Kings need to hop on that. I'd sign him to a G League contract.
Oh, here's a bigger note. Brooklyn will no longer be offering Kyrie Irving an extension moving forward.
He might not play for them at all this year.
Yeah, I don't think that he is.
Yeah. Oh, I got a thought.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back though.
Okay. I know I'm supposed to do the house show. I need a minute. One of my monitors went out. Give me 1 second. And if I had time, I'll do it. But don't go anywhere. I'll just keep talking. When they leave, I'll be talking again. I just got to get this monitor to come on before Ham joins us. Hang on. Don't mind the camera moving. Sorry about that. Hang on. Let's see if this gets it on. And come on, man. There we go. We got action, boss. Yo, I want to show y'all something. Kenny ain't even seen this joint yet. Hang on. Yo, when I say we got, oh man, sorry, my bad, y'all. I don't know what's wrong with my monitor. So y'all know we got this, right? The purple Kings gear. We got some more gear on the way. What y'all think about this one though? See, this one ain't even on the website yet. Kenny ain't even seen this one yet. We got some cold pieces coming to the website. So as y'all can see, we did a set for each of the bottles. So, well, not each of the Luke Belaire bottles. So we got a gold. We got the black bottles. Woo. Gotta keep it quiet. Yeah, wait till y'all see what we got coming. Yeah, buddy. Man, shout out to the dope ones. Dave Garcia for helping us get all this stuff together, man. I'm learning how to. I'm like Donnie Dope Ones too. I'm trying to learn how to. Oh, speaking of the dope ones, yo, Donnie dropped the new fall collection today. 49er fans, y'all might want to go peep this one. I saw some gear that might be in my future. But yeah, check out the dopeones.com. Donnie dropped the new gear. But man, we got some great stuff out here. I can't wait. Man, I think we'll make the same deal. I don't want to say it out loud because it might be bad luck, but if things go well tomorrow, I'm gonna drop that rosé collection. Oh, shopthedopeones.com. Okay. Boy, I know Kenny hasn't seen this yet. Let me see if I can pull it up on the screen here. Real quick. We're cutting it too close. I don't think I'm gonna make it. We ain't gonna make it. James Ham set to join us coming up in the 3:00 hour. We'll talk to him all things Kings related here on the James Ham Show. This popped up on our feed just as we went to commercial a moment ago. The Brooklyn Nets will no longer be offering Kyrie Irving a contract extension moving forward. I don't know that that's necessarily surprising. If you remember, the game plan was extend Kevin Durant, which they did. Mm-hmm. Extend James Harden, which everything we've read they're going to. And the plan was, past tense, to extend Kyrie Irving. According to Shams here today, that's no longer the case. And it looks like, regardless of what happens this year, Kyrie Irving's career with the Brooklyn Nets is coming to an end. I think I'm leaning more towards Kyrie Irving's career with the Brooklyn Nets is over.
Yeah.
I know you thought he might wind up, because I don't imagine this is going to sit well.
No. And this is, now that I have new information.
Oh, yes. New information changes things.
It definitely changes things. I mean, because this is something, to my knowledge, from what I can gather, didn't have to be put out there.
Yeah.
Sounds like a message. Sounds like a clear indication that we're probably ready to move on from you either now or in the future.
So if we have to move on from you now, we will. That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe this was a retort to Shams' piece yesterday, because it was Shams that put this out there today. Maybe Brooklyn called Shams and was like, cool, you got that nice little nugget from Kyrie's camp? Okay, here's ours. We're good. So he can make his plan. He can plan without the Brooklyn Nets in his future. This whole thing, man, can you imagine if Daryl Morey had removed his head from his ass and made the deal with Ben Simmons and James Harden somehow? Had gotten that done. James Harden never goes to Brooklyn. This situation with Kyrie Irving happens, and there's Kevin Durant looking like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in the last episode. Man, bruh, epic failure. Now you're right. You said something earlier, and you're right. Kyrie's the super duper team. You still got James Harden there, and you still have a pretty solid roster of
Who's
guys
on their
in
roster
Brooklyn?
again. I'm trying to think about it off the top of my head. I like Bruce Brown. I like Joe Harris. That's a good compliment to what they're trying to do with KD and James Harden. But I'm trying to think who else is over there off the top of my head. Let me see. You got did Marcus Aldridge, did he complete his comeback? Did he for sure come back? They have him on the depth chart as a center. Paul Millsap is over there. Blake is still there. They got Patty Mills. That's a good sign.
Is that where LaMarcus was before he left? He was in Brooklyn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
They got the rookie Cam Thomas. That's a good
Blake
look.
is still there, isn't he?
Blake is still there.
DeAndre's not.
DeAndre is not. So, I mean, right now,
you got James Harden. If you can get those two in sync with each other,
yeah.
and they'll be fine.
And that's before you talk about Kyrie Irving coming in. Like, make it not coming in, but whoever you trade for him coming in and being a
I
help.
don't think they're trading for him. I don't think anybody's trading for Kyrie Irving.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm of the belief now. I don't know if I think he's just done. He's just done in Brooklyn. Maybe he'll play next year.
Let me ask you a question. Because the wheels were turning
Oh, boy.
as soon
Oh boy.
as you said that.
Oh boy.
Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley for Kyrie Irving's expiring.
Stop it. Stop it.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Stop it.
I'll tell you this. What other way? It might not be your first.
Kyrie
adjustment.
won't come here. He just won't be here. He won't come.
Well, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if you're Monty McNair and you're the Kings, what other way for you right now to like clear that cap space with no strings attached? Because mind you, if you're trading Buddy and Bagley, you're going to have to take money back. Now, hopefully that is expiring, or in the best case scenario, it's
So what
somebody
you're
that
saying
you'd rather
is
use.
trade them and get nothing in return? Because that's essentially what would be happening.
You would, and you'd be clearing space.
No. For what though? Clearing space for what?
Clearing space to just have the financial flexibility that he wants. I'm not saying
do what?
I'm not saying you do it, but
That's
you'd
what
have
I don't understand. To do what?
you'd have room to take on contracts, take on a quote unquote bad contract or whatever the case may be.
You don't have anybody to trade anymore.
Look, I wouldn't do it. I just asked the questions.
Okay, you're a broadcast journalist all of a sudden here, 14 months into this show. All right,
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it. No, you're trading them for nothing. But no,
This is what I'm talking about though. When I brought it up last time, you're gonna like. I don't know what you think you're getting for Bagley and Buddy. Like, you're gonna have to take probably a lesser player.
Ben Simmons. The answer is Ben Simmons. The answer is always Ben Simmons.
What if it was Buddy for Kyrie, not both of them?
No, like, you really want Buddy off of this roster that bad? You will literally trade Buddy Hield for thin air.
It's not that. It's once again being real. What do you think you're getting for him?
Well, you'll get something in return. You're not going to get something, a player. You're not with Kyrie Irving. You're literally getting nothing. You're literally getting a guy who says, no, I ain't going there. What you want money to be like? All right, like, cool. That's fine. I just wanted to get rid of this $22 million. I don't even know that the league would the league even allow that to happen?
Is that the worst thing? Is that the worst thing?
Bro, Don, Dave, can we just get a I hate Buddy shirt? We can only sell one. Well, actually, we could sell two. One to you, one to Brian Cruz. Y'all could just walk around with him
Everybody in
together.
the chat, or you could call in. Give me your. Everybody want to talk about being realistic. Give me your realistic scenarios for what you can get for Buddy Hield right now.
Wait, why are we trying to move Buddy right now?
Because he makes $20 million and he shoots 26%.
Did you just realize that right now in the midst of this Kyrie Irving situation? Did you just realize what Buddy makes?
We spent the whole summer trying to get rid of him. Now we're not trying to.
Well, hell, the season starts next year. Why bother? Or next week? Why bother? We're 6-7 days away.
Terrence says Buddy for Gary Harris.
Oh, if it shuts everyone up, fine. Well, whatever you guys want. If it needs to be done that bad, fine.
I take Tobias Harris. Yes, the Sixers are trying to trade Tobias Harris.
Hey, I do that.
You're not getting Tobias. That's not happening.
I do that in a heartbeat.
Why?
Maybe they really.
On earth would they trade Buddy Hield for a better player in Tobias Harris?
Because you could get Buddy, the elite 3-point shooter. That's why.
Tobias Harris was a borderline all-star last year. Nah, get him out of here. Let's get Buddy Hield. No. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what you guys think you're getting for Buddy.
Do you want to resurrect? Here, Josue said, do you want to resurrect the Kuzma deal and send him to Washington?
I would love to.
Is there any way we could trade? Could we do the deal just with Washington? Probably wouldn't be able to. Do we have to wait till December to do it? Is that one of those December mandates?
Something like that.
I feel like that's for players signed, not for players traded. So
that's a good point.
I don't know that for sure. I feel like that only applies to players that were traded. Boy, look at now we're at the stage where we'd rather have Draymond Green on the team. Boy, that's where we are, folks. Goodness gracious! Out of nowhere, Kenny just realized how much money Buddy Hield made, and in the midst of a conversation about Kyrie Irving, he wants to get rid of Buddy Hield.
What I'm telling you guys is, and we'll ask James in it, but it's always James. The roster's not going to look the same, and they're going to have to make some moves. What the hell do you think you're getting for these guys? We already outlined it. What do you think? Here's the two scenarios. You're going to get a lesser player like a Nicholas Batum, a Luke Kennard, or you're getting somebody that won't report at all and you're just getting cap space off like Kyrie Irving. You're not getting, for those two, somebody that you can incorporate into your rotation right now and be like, yo, we're good. We won this trade. That's not happening. It would have already happened if that was the case.
Well, okay.
It almost did. It almost did. And it was the one trade that I looked around. After I looked around, I said, you know what? This Kuzma thing, as Damian takes a shot on air. I see.
We'll see. Now the people listening on the radio, I take these little wellness shots from our people over at Press. Shout out to Press. Kenny act like I broke open a bottle of the McQueen. I'm over here drinking apple, lemon, and matcha.
As we were going through this all summer, I was looking around. I was like, well, there's not much out there. There's one that does kind of make sense, and people aren't going to like it. And it was Kyle Kuzma. That's gone. So now what is it? What is it? Once again, there's two scenarios. You're going to take a lesser player, an uninspiring player from most Kings fans, a Nicholas Batum, a Luke Kennard type guy, or you're going to take somebody that won't report and you get the cap off your books in Kyrie Irving. I think those are the only two scenarios.
Chat House, right? You might need to do that. I'm about to break open this bottle of McQueen behind me of this conversation. John Bull, I bet Damien would rather take a shot of McQueen than that green stuff. That's facts. That wasn't even green. That was another color. 916-349-1320. By the way, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station. And driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We are so happy that you're here with us. We're happy that our man Disco Tim is here. Disco Tim, what's good, baby?
Hello, fellas. Thank you
Disco.
for putting me on a fabulous show. First of all, I am so excited. The Kings are 3-0. People say, oh, don't get excited. It's just preseason. And I tell them to sit down, not tell me what to do. I will get as excited as I want. They have
right.
won. They could have won.
That's fact.
producer was kind enough to let me come on the air and tell you guys about something that's going on up here in Placerville. Do you mind?
Please, knock it out.
Okay, so the community has got together. We're close neighbors to Grizzly Thoughts, and we all know what happened up there. And they don't really have too many buildings that they can even meet or have a meeting in or just start to get things going. So a few people up here thought it'd be a good idea to just kind of start things off, because that's kind of where we got to go, and start building them a new community center. So I'm just going to read you a little information here, and it says there's going to be a pasta dinner on Thursday, October 28th, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the El Dorado County Fairgrounds. This is to help Grizzly Flat preserve and overcome the fire that they just endured. They're going to build them a brand new community center.
Okay.
And if anybody wants to help out, you can make donations to the El Dorado Community Foundation and grab your pin.
There you go. That's what we need. We need the website. What do you got?
Okay, it's the El Dorado Community Foundation at P.O. Box 1388, Placerville, California, 95667. Now, here's the phone number that you can get all the information if you just want to help or show up. So it's 530-622-5621. That's 530-622-5621. And you can go there, pick it up. You don't have to stay there and eat the pasta dinner. It's going to be fabulous. It'll be a salad, a dinner roll, refreshments. If you want to take it home and enjoy it with your McQueen and the Violet Fox,
my man. I'll tell you what, Disco Tim, we'll put that information in the description of the YouTube video and the podcast as well. So that way people can go back and reference this, man. You're doing good work, Disco Tim. We appreciate you, my man.
Yes, indeed. Great job.
I'm going to send it to you guys. I'm going to send it to your email. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
There it is, my man, Disco Tim, the ultimate positive dude. Yeah, doing good work out there, man. We appreciate you. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines or jump in the chat and figure out how to trade Buddy Hield just all of a sudden out of nowhere. So not necessarily out of nowhere, just that we haven't discussed trading Buddy recently. And then the conversation came up about how the roster may look a little different in the upcoming months. And I still think the number 7 games under 500 is too high.
It might be. I'm not going to
jot down more questions for James Ham. What's the breaking point?
I'm not going to act as if that isn't too high. That's a lot of games, man. 7 games under. It's a lot of games.
You said 10. I talked you into 7.
Well, when you talk about somebody losing their job, I don't know if he's losing his job 7 games under. 10, he's definitely losing his job. Changes will be made.
Changes like Pac was talking about, man.
Alec, here. I wish I could find it. Alec, this is the guy, but he said earlier, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. He goes, how about trade Buddy to the Heat for Hero / Duncan Robinson? Why would the Heat do that? Why? For what reason?
Because Buddy's elite.
This is what I be talking about, man. This is what I be talking about. Y'all just think I be saying, like, Kenny's making it up. No, they be saying stuff like this. Trade Buddy to the Heat for Hero or Duncan Robinson or both.
You seem to have gotten exceptionally agitated over this conversation with Buddy Hield that you, by the way, started. I will publish this entire rundown that we put together before the show. Nobody in sight. Nobody in sight. But Kenny just got worked up over this. Here, will Adam Schefter make you happy?
No, he never makes me happy.
How about clowning Adam Schefter? Because, boy, opening up Twitter and seeing journalists drag Adam Schefter for what we all kind of knew, sending a a full story to Bruce Allen saying, "Mr. Editor, let me know if there are any changes or tweaks or clarifications that I need to put in here."
Crazy.
Now, in his defense, and I read 24 journalists write this. You don't send a story to a source or someone who you want to comment from. You'll give them, hey, Kenny Caraway told me blah, 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 blah. Do you have a comment on that? That's how it works. It's not, let me know if there's anything in here I need to change.
Yeah.
I told y'all about Schefter. You want it?
Go ahead, get the pat on the back. I see you.
I told you about that dude, man. I told you about Schefter, and now the world sees it. Dude.
I don't even know. I don't want to jump out the window. I was about to say I don't know how he can recover from this, but I'm always going to be looking at Schefter with a side eye.
He can recover from it because he's like one of one. Like who are the other reporters?
But I'm not gonna pay attention. Like if it's a rumor, like if he's like, oh, Trey Flowers was cut by the Seahawks, that's a fact. Like obviously it's right. But if Adam Schefter's sources are telling me or I'm hearing, you're doing somebody's dirty work, man. You look like a clown out here.
Draft day.
Doing somebody's dirty work.
That's all he was doing. Oh, I didn't get any new information on draft day. I just had a story that I decided to release. It just happened to throw a monkey wrench into the entire NFL draft. I took the spotlight off of these young men whose dreams was coming true to put it on Aaron freaking Rodgers because I'm out here doing his bidding. Give me a break, man.
Didn't get not in.
Dude, gotta put that clown nose on that dude, man.
Oh, wait a minute. I ain't gonna put a clown nose on him, but he's
a clown.
Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Jazz.
But didn't he get into like a situation with Dak Prescott? And not maybe like face to face, but he reported something about Dak, and Dak was like, "Nah, you're wrong." I wish I heard it like 2 weeks ago, and Dak was like, "Nah, that's completely false." And then Schefter had to come back. Was like, "I didn't say that what was going to happen. I said there is a scenario where come on, man, you knew what you were doing. You're out there doing somebody's dirty work again."
Yeah, I had to look that up. I don't remember that at all.
I can't. Like I said, I heard Adam Schefter defending himself about this topic, and he was like, "I never said that was the case. I said maybe it was about him being ready for week 1 or."
So I found a story that was dated August 21st. ESPN insider Adam Schefter dropped a bombshell regarding Dak Prescott. Blah, blah, blah. The Dallas Cowboys are awfully concerned headed into week 1.
Yeah, I think he put that out there, and then Dak and his people, or maybe the Cowboys, like, "Yo, that's not it. What are you talking about?" And then he had to retract it. Like,
it's not outrageous to say Dak Prescott is the MVP right now.
Not at all.
I mean, there's definitely some other names in the conversation, but like if you wanted to make a case for Dak Prescott being the MVP, that's not a difficult case to make right now, 5 weeks into the season.
Not at all. He is cooking right now. 100%.
Yeah, Schefter been looking funny, man. He just looks super, super funny now. He got that clown nose on his face.
Once again.
He's a clown.
Thank you, Jazz. Speaking of, Ben Simmons met with Sixers management, Elton Brand, I'm sorry. Ben Simmons met with Sixers management, Elton Brand, and Daryl Morey as well. He passed his physical. He can't participate in practice until Friday because he's still going through the COVID protocols, took his test, and I guess he has to pass he has to have a couple negative COVID tests before he can step on the floor. So I'm sure that'll also give media plenty of time to get to Philly to cover Ben Simmons' first practice with his teammates.
Oof. But don't they start the season in Philadelphia, I think, against Brooklyn? Or Brooklyn plays Milwaukee. I don't know. But hopefully they can figure out our league pass situation so I can see that Philly game in Philly.
I don't know the situation with the D'Lo and KC League Pass, but I sure would like to figure that out too. As watching Kings preseason games became a massive hassle, at least by the time the one the other night started, I knew enough. Okay, start the process at 6:45 in case it all goes south, and I don't miss any of the games. So,
Yeah,
we'll get
work. They're gonna boo the crap out of him, and he's not gonna respond to it well. It's not like he's gonna. I'll show them. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna have 25, 10, and 10 in the triple. He ain't built for
But
that.
what if he does? Does he quiet the crowd?
He'll stumble upon that.
So what if he does? Does he quiet the crowd down if he does, or do they just keep booing?
They keep booing him because he's gonna come back the next night and do nothing. Like if he averaged 25,
Man,
10, and
Ben
10,
Simmons is not trash, dude. You got to stop this.
He's
You talk
not
about
trash.
him like he's
He's not-
garbage.
he's not built for this. He's not built for this.
What if he is? What if he just comes out there and puts the hammer down?
He'll surprise the hell out of me.
Jesse asked, is he going to get booed worse than LeBron did when he returned to Cleveland? No. Nothing will ever compare to LeBron returning to Cleveland. Nothing.
It's kind of crazy.
That was gross. That's what it was. That was awful.
Yeah.
Let's look. I see James. We're gonna bring James here. James, you're walking into a firestorm, dude. We have a list of about 1,000 questions for you. Kenny out here lost his mind over the last 10 minutes talking about Buddy Hield and Kyrie Irving and all of this different wild stuff. So what we're gonna do, James Ham's here. He was at practice today, talking to Luke Walton, talking to some of the guys, Tristan Thompson. Cussing up a storm, as we found out on live television. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. The James Ham Show starts next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I know that was a smidge early, man, but I figured let's go ahead and just get it out the way and hang with James. What's up, James?
What's happening, gentlemen?
Ham in the house.
It's a 2-cup of coffee day. I'm actually on my 2nd cup, which is unusual. Actually, to be honest, this might be my 3rd because I stopped at Starbucks.
Oh my,
James. I mean, well, it's not uncommon, but I'm not one of those guys that can have coffee after 9.
Okay,
real quick though, James. Sorry,
Yeah.
could you tell when you say coffee? Could you explain to James what you mean by that?
Well, in my coffee, I use a French vanilla pack. You know, I mean, it's not just your regular coffee.
Yeah.
I got a Keurig, so I put it in the Keurig. I got the French vanilla pack. And then I put a 5 count of creamer in there. And I brought it down because I'm trying to take care of myself. About, I think they're tablespoons, 7 tablespoons of sugar.
Oh my goodness.
I hope you meant teaspoons.
No, it's got to be teaspoons then. Yeah.
Teaspoons, yeah. Okay, so that's 2.1 tablespoons. That's still a lot of. Do you like diabetes? I'm just wondering.
Well, see, the thing about it is, I know that's a lot. That's why I don't drink a lot of coffee because I know what I'm gonna put in it.
He can't drink it past 9 or his stomach will explode. That's why.
Okay, so I have this rare ability that I literally can sleep anywhere at any time. So I'm not narcoleptic, but I've always been able. I'm a heavy sleeper, but I literally could just put my head down and just go to sleep. It'd take me like 2 or 3 minutes. I can drink coffee at midnight and be asleep at 12:30. Like it doesn't matter. Like caffeine really doesn't impact me that much. But yeah, the diabetes. Yeah, you're gonna get the diabetes. Thank you, Wilford Bremley, for that. And I'll tell you guys too. Like I've discussed this with Mark Jones. Like I was a Keurig guy for a long time. I do French press and stuff like that. But we switched to Nespresso. It's like a different world of coffee.
My sister has one.
Yeah. Like it's a joy to drink a cup of coffee in the morning. You're just like, this is the best coffee I've ever had.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, the other thing about it though is I can not have coffee. Like sometimes I'll have it just because it's, especially in the winter and stuff. It's it's cold. I got to go take my son to school. I'll get some coffee.
Gossip with the moms walking the kids to school.
James, I was telling him that I'm literally Baker Mayfield in those Progressive commercials. Where he's with the moms and he's like, What? They took her out of tennis again? Yeah, that's what I do with the moms at my school.
So I used to, when my boys were little, I stayed at home with them. And that's actually how I started blogging, because I had two little guys. One would go to school, the other one couldn't talk. And so I would start writing. And there was one other dad that would drop off their kids who wore a Kobe Bryant jersey, I think, every day. And so we just could never be friends. And so I would walk with the ladies with with our boys, and I would drop them off. Everyone would hang out for a minute, and then they would all either go get coffee together or go to someone's house and get coffee. And I never got invited, which was fine. But like, no lady wants, my wife wouldn't want me hanging out with a bunch of ladies all day, and no dude wants some guy hanging out with all their wives all day. So I'm like, it's a lonely life. Being a stay-at-home dad is a super, super lonely life.
Yeah.
There's just not enough people around to like hang out with and do stuff. So
and there's a couple of dads that I talk. I talked to my guy Elias and my guy Rick. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple of dads that I talked to there. But yeah, my son's friends, like all our families are cool, like the husband and wife, all of us. But
hang on, Casey. We're coming back here. ESPN 1320, Twitch, YouTube, the Odyssey app. James Ham, Kings Insider, is here. He's about to get me to drop $250 on an espresso machine. It's a joy to drink coffee out of an espresso machine. So thanks, James. My pocketbook thanks you. And we welcome James Ham here.
Ham in the house.
The show. Just fair warning, James. We've been taking notes of things that we wanted to ask you all day long.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts. Let's
start with the bombshell. We gotta start with the bombshell.
Go ahead.
There's a bombshell?
Go ahead.
There's a bombshell. So look. All right, James. And mind you, I'm not saying to do this. I'm just bringing up a scenario. James, for a little background, when we were trying to trade Buddy and Bagley all summer, I was the one, James. I was the one about a month before. I said, I look around. I don't really see much out there. I don't see anything that works for everybody involved. The only thing that could possibly happen, and Kings fans wouldn't like this, is trading for Kyle Kuzma. That actually works, but Kings fans ain't gonna like that. They threw tomatoes at me and all this other stuff. Guess what happened about a month later? Kyle Kuzma, Buddy here. I'm telling you, that's all I'm saying. So, Kyrie Irving, we're starting to believe that the Nets are kind of done with Kyrie. They came out with a report not too long ago saying they're not going to engage in contract extensions, anything like that. I think they're ready to move on from Kyrie. I just brought up the scenario, not saying I would do it. I say, if you're so anxious to get rid of Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley, why not explore the opportunity of trading him to Brooklyn, not expecting Kyrie to come here and play? It would simply be a salary dump to clear money off of your books.
Okay, so I haven't looked at his contract. How many years does he have after this year?
One. This is it. This is last year with Brooklyn.
It's expiring for Kyrie, and a lot of people are already looking at Buddy and Marvin as afterthoughts to what this team is trying to do this year. They're not looking at them as like focal points of what they're trying to do. They're almost looking at them as a holdup to what they're trying to do. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, see, that's really interesting to me because I think it does a couple of things.
You heard it here. James said it's interesting. You guys can leave me alone.
I totally agree. It's interesting because you can do a couple of things. Number one, he can never fly out here, which is one option. They could basically do what the Larry Hughes deal with him, where Larry Hughes never came to the Kings when he was traded as part of the Kevin Martin T-Mac deal. And the Kings have done that with other players. I remember Jason Terry didn't want to come out. Sam Cassell was traded to the Kings at one point, never came out. And the most notorious was Daniels. The Kings traded for Daniels to reach the minimum contract, the minimum salary, so they wouldn't get fined. Marquise Daniels, after he had hurt his neck and not play.
I do remember.
So they had to get up to the floor. So, I mean, you could do that. That's number one. But number two, You could do something like if you waived him and stretch provisioned him, then you'd break his contract. That wouldn't really work out. You break his contract, it's the length of the deal divided by times 2 and then add a year. So basically you could break his contract over 3 years. That again, I would not do because then it ties up money down the road. Or you could just sit on him. And then at the trade deadline, if some big time team says, hey, you got Kyrie sitting there and do you want to be part of a big deal? Or, hey, Ben Simmons is available. Would Kyrie, like, there could be a possibility. Like, all of those make sense. I mean, even Kyrie coming in and playing limited time. Because remember, in California, if he was traded to the Golden State Warriors, he could not participate. But in Sacramento, because we don't have that ordinance in Sacramento, he actually could play for the Kings. And just, you wouldn't want to impede on the development of your guards. But if you're going to run 3 guard sets all the time, who would you rather have, Kyrie or Buddy Hield?
Yeah.
Maybe it's Buddy because of his 3-point shooting, but I mean, Kyrie's a really crafty guy. But then you're bringing in really a distraction because that's what he is at this point. And again, he's close with Tristan Thompson. They played together with Cleveland, and but I really do believe you're bringing in a massive distraction and, a guy that believes that the earth is flat. I mean, that
I don't even think he really believes that.
No.
I think he just says stuff.
you might be right.
Kyrie
Yeah.
just says stuff like
whatever.
He's a dude who wants to. We've talked a lot about this, James. Like this, he wants to stand up for a cause, but he can't decide what cause he wants to stand up for.
Yeah.
He's
I'm with
just
you.
on
I'm with you on that. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. Like, find a cause, stand up for it. I'm fine. A lot of the causes, most of the causes, I fully get behind. But if you really can't stand up for a cause that makes sense or put forth an argument that really is cogent and like makes like any sort of like real world sense, like standing up for people who have lost their jobs, is like those people had a choice, like it is what it is. If you don't want to abide by the rules of what's happening in the world and in a pandemic, then there's a good chance you're going to lose your job if you work for a company that's 50 or 100 people or more. So
and James, so when I talk about something like that with Buddy and Kyrie, I'm fully expecting Kyrie not to show up and he can do whatever he wants to do for the year. I look at it from a Kings perspective of this. With the Buddy, we talked about the universal trade or whatever the case may be. Buddy and Bagley.
Yep.
When you're talking about making that trade, if you combine them or whatever the case may be, I was telling people it's all fine and dandy to hope that, you could package those two and get some kind of starter or whatever the case may be. But I think at this point, I feel like that's a pipe dream. I feel if you're going to make that trade, you're going to make it to kind of clear space for guys like Davion or Terrence Mitchell to play without any minutes conflict. And you're going to have to take on, there's 2 scenarios in my opinion. You're taking on a lesser player, so you're not winning the trade. It would be something like Batum or Luke Kennard, just to clear space for guys to play minutes. Or it would be somebody like Kyrie where you could clear cap space. And what other way under Buddy's contract right now are you going to be able to clear that $20 million? Because even a trade for Kennard or Batum, you've got to bring the money back. And if they're expiring, sure, that works, but they might not be expiring. So it was a thought. It's not anything I'm trying to do. But as I think about it, that's a way to get that $20 million off the books and be kind of clear of it.
Well, it's 60. I mean, I think it's 63. It's 23 this year, 21 next year, 19 the next year. So yeah, I mean, I get it. And, clearing that money, one problem is the NBA salary cap is so incredibly complicated. And without looking and doing quick math and adding up all of the contracts the Kings have moving forward, it'd be hard to know what exactly that frees you up, because you could lose Marvin and Buddy, and then you could only have like $9 million in cap space because you're already up and over the tax, or you're already up and over the actual cap. But then it would also open up the potential for sign and trades with Kyrie, if that came on down the road, he could always opt to take less money in a buyout. That's something that could happen, where if he wants to go play for a contender in the final 2.5 months of the season, maybe he would take $8 million less or something to go play where he wants to and try to get revenge on the Nets. I'm not sure. It's just such a weird situation. And the one thing I don't think I would want is what you're saying is, if you were to make that deal, I don't think I want him anywhere near my team, because he's just such a wild card at this point. And like, as players get in the league, they come in and they're green and they don't know what they're doing and they talk to the media too much. And then as they get older and older, they do less and less of that. And, they become more guarded. I don't want to skip a couple of years of like watching guys like Davion or Tyrese Halliburton kind of grow up and figure out who they are in the league and either have a voice or not have a voice. I think bringing in a guy like Kyrie, it kind of would twist and turn what's happening behind the scenes. And I think right now you got a good vibe. I don't think he's going to help you. As a player, he's actually, an extremely talented player, but the rest of the stuff is always just like, do you need the distraction? And I don't think you would.
Yeah.
But with Kyrie, you get the voice of the voiceless, James. So you have that. Kings insider James Ham. This really came about because we were kind of setting the barometer of, we were talking about the Lakers, kind of having an overall NBA conversation. And there's always this belief of, how the Lakers got to start a certain way, or, they're going to be the focal point of everything. They're going to be the focal point of negativity if they don't start a certain way. And that brought us into the Kings conversation, where we're all in the belief they can't get behind the 8 ball early in the season. But what we were trying to establish is, what's the breaking point? Like, what point are Monty's eyebrows really raised? Like, if we get, and Kenny set the date as December 1st, Kenny had the team 10 games under 500, which I thought was crazy. Like, they can't be that far under 500 to me before that get Monty's attention. I set the number at 5. We agreed to meet in the middle. You're obviously much more locked into these guys. Like, is there a breaking point or do you think that there's a breaking point for Monty headed into this season?
And a breaking point as in you do something drastic, like fire a coach or make a big trade?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, like December 1st is an interesting date. I would actually push it back 14 days. December 15th is the first day that players that were signed during this offseason can be traded. So that's always, it's the first date that is always circled on the NBA. Once the season begins and teams are sort of set, it's what can kick off sort of trade frenzies. It doesn't usually have like a massive impact, but for certain teams it does, because you might have signed a guy that just isn't working out, and you're like, or if you have a bigger deal that you want to do, but just to throw out a name, say like an Alex Len or a Mo Harkless needs to be included in that deal to make the numbers work, you can't do that deal until December 15th. So it's sort of the complexities of it. Now, as far as like how bad the team is and when do you start making changes, or when do you start, like starting to do some different direction. Again, you're probably right. 7 to 10 games under 500 is a pretty big deal. I don't know, like, if there's going to be a panic button. And I'll also say that, like, the last 2 seasons, Luke Walton's teams have gotten off to bad starts. It's kind of the way that things happen. They don't get off to a quick start, and then they actually start improving and start playing better towards the end of the season. And so you might give him a little bit longer, just knowing that you still owe him another year on his contract. But, again, if things aren't going well and you get past the All-Star break, I certainly think that the team will start looking to figure out what they're going to do. If Luke is a long-term answer, if they're going to let him play out the last season as a lame duck, is Alvin Gentry someone that you want to bring in and then see what he's got? I mean, like, I think there are a lot of question marks in this season walking in. And I think the biggest one, which I've said repeatedly, is like, if there is a huge question mark about Walton, like, what does that mean for Monty McNair? Do you let him hire the next coach knowing that he doesn't have a huge amount of time left on his deal, and sort of repeat the cycle of insanity that the Kings have done time and time again, where they hire a coach and then they hire a GM, and then the GM fires the coach and then brings in a new coach with a longer deal than he has. And then that doesn't work out. So they let go of that. I mean, like, we just keep doing it. And even with Dave Yeager, I know that they had got to a point where they had matched Vlade in his years that were left on the deal because they wanted to avoid this whole mismatch thing. And then they fired Dave, and Vlade stayed on for another year, even though I think he had another year after that left on his contract. Then he signs Walton for 4 years and then loses his job after 1 year. And here you are right back in the same exact situation, just repeatedly again and again and again. So, I mean, again, this is my 12th season covering the team. I've never seen a coach make it into his 4th season. There's not been a single coach. Dave Yeager got 3 full seasons. Paul Westphal got 2 in like 18 games, something like that. Michael Malone didn't even get, he was fired like less than 20 games into a second season, or right around 20 something games into a second season. So at a certain point, you have to stick with an identity and let it play itself out. And to be honest with you, I don't think the Kings are going to get off to a horrible start. I haven't looked at the schedule to kind of match and see what I would predict, but I think there's also something about this season that is unpredictable. You're not sure who this team is. They sure do seem to be getting along really well. They have a really good vibe. They're playing really hard against each other. The competition's high. Guys are fighting for minutes. They're fighting for rotational spots. So that's all good. That's what you want. You want competition. Iron strengthens iron is the saying, right? Halliburton uses it all the time, but he's not the first one to use that. And I think that this team does have potential to not have a horrible start and to actually show some promise.
When you talk about getting off to a good start when you're the Sacramento Kings, obviously, yeah, start 7-2. Like, that's great. It's imperative. But you mentioned Luke Walton's teams, and that's a good point. They generally gain steam as the season go along, and they don't get off to good starts. Is it super important for them to start strong, in your opinion? Or do you think they have the makeup of a team that if they were 5 games below 500 come December 15th, they can rebound from that? They're mentally tough enough. They seem to be together enough to be able to rebound from that and turn the season around. Do you think they have that type of makeup?
Yeah.
So far?
From what I'm seeing so far, yes. Like, the group that's there, the additions of guys like Harkless and Tristan Thompson and, even Alex Len, they do bring some experience, and they come from winning cultures. Even Terrence Davis comes from a big time winning culture, even though he only played there 2 seasons. I mean, he was part of a 50-something win Raptors team his rookie season, and he played a huge amount of minutes. So these are guys that come from winning cultures, and they're guys that are telling us that things feel good. We can't predict, but things feel right. So, as far as like how far they could dig out of a hole, I'm not sure that we know how deep of a hole you can dig out of this season, because to me, it really does look like there are the haves and the have-nots. And the have-nots is a huge group. And that means that we could get 50, 60 games into the season, and there could be, 6 teams that are right around the same mark, and they're all fighting for 6 through 10 or 6 through, 12. They're all in that same range, because I look around and I don't see a lot of teams in the Kings range that made positive additions during the offseason. I hear people talk about Minnesota, and, they give up Ricky Rubio. They bring in Patrick Beverly. There's really not a lot of difference between their team outside of that. Will Cat play more? Maybe. But we have no guarantee of that. Will Anthony Edwards get better? Yes, he'll get better. But again, you don't know who they are. I thought Memphis got a bunch of praise for doing a bunch of strange lateral moves. And in the end, when it all washed out, I really don't see a better team. Right. I don't. I mean, Valanciunas is a really, really good player, and he's not there anymore. Right. And where he's at doesn't make any sense at all. Like, the Pelicans got tremendously worse. They clogged the middle again with a big man. They lost their shooters on the perimeter. Who the heck is going to shoot the ball for that team? There weren't a lot of positive moves. And, the Spurs lost all of their veterans. There's just this group that you're like, I'm not sold that any of them are a lot better than the rest of them. And it's the one team that figures out how to gel early, gets a big jump on the season, and who shows that they can stay together, that is going to be the team that really stands out of that group. And I think the Kings have as good a chance as anybody to do that, because they have a lot of players who played together for many years now. Their young players have shown that they're getting better. Their veterans have shown they're getting better. And it's just, can they piece it all together and hit the ground running?
And real quick, not to cut you off, Damien, but to your point, James, about haves and have-nots, me and Damien were talking earlier. I'm not sure how many halves there are, right? Like, because there's no dominant team in the West. It almost feels like, aside from maybe Houston, or I don't think San Antonio is going to be good at all. And maybe if you want to throw OKC in there, like it feels like the other 12 teams in the league, in the conference, are just kind of, you can see any of them being anywhere in that whole Western Conference.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that a team like Dallas got any better.
That's what I was going to ask you about.
Yeah. I don't think Dallas got any better at all. And how much better can Luka be? But you basically, you lost Josh Richardson, and you brought in Reggie Bullock, right? That's what they did.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like that's not a big move.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be a little bit better. You wouldn't be better defensively. You'd be almost a wash.
They kind of just ran it back, really.
Yeah. And people want to give the Clippers a bunch of praise and think that they're going to be there. I mean, they're going to play without Kawhi Leonard probably for the entire season. Paul George has a long history of injuries. Pat Bev is gone. They've made some additions, but nothing that just strikes you as like, man, that's a really, really good team. So, like, I think you're right. There isn't like some tremendous. I think your Utah Jazz, your Denver Nuggets are going to be really good. I think the Lakers are going to be really good. They're just going to take turns scoring 40 on everyone. But overall, I just don't know that the quality in the West is it. We may have seen the cataclysmic shift that we've been waiting for forever, where the West loses out to the Eastern Conference, because the East sure does look tough to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kings insider James Ham with us on D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. There's one more cut to be made on the Kings roster. Who is it? Like, are you confident you know who it is? We've been going back and forth on different Bob Woodard, Emmanuel Terry. I'm not really sure how some of these different contracts play out, but there's one cut to be made.
Yeah, it really does come down to contracts. I mean, the Kings did add two guys today. They added Murky, and they added Jefferson.
Yeah.
Both of those players will get waived here in the coming days. And then if you waive a player late, then you have their rights to go to the G League. And so the hope is that Matt Coleman and DJ Stewart, and then these other two that they brought in today will all go and play at the G League. It's a way for an NBA team to give somebody, I think you can give up to a $50,000 signing bonus. So when they go to the G League and they don't make anything, they at least have the $50,000 to take with them. So there's a little bit of gamesmanship there. Now, when it comes to the final spot, it's a little complicated for me, because Robert Woodard really looked really solid at the G League level when he got an opportunity, and then he got hurt. But outside of that, like, it's been a mess. I was watching him throughout the beginning of camp, and there was a point in Omri Caspi's career where all of a sudden he started scraping the bottom of the scoreboard with his 3-point shot. And it was like, what are you doing? Like, I love Omri. I know Omri really well. He was in Sacramento at least twice, might even be more than twice, but like, we had a really good relationship. But there was a point where all of a sudden he had this release on his 3-point shot, and it was so high, like, it didn't make any sense. And then I look over, and that's what I saw from Robert Woodard. And it's like, who was working with you? What exactly happened? He just looks lost at almost every aspect of the game. And he's got this incredible frame. Like most NBA players, I think he misses some leg days, but he's got this incredible frame and this wingspan and everything. And none of it seems to really be functional at this point. And I hope that I'm wrong and they're seeing something different. But like, we even get to watch pickup games all day long with the young guys. All the young guys go over to one court and do pickup games while the other guys shoot. So out of everybody, we've seen more Nemias Queta than we have of like Marvin Bagley. Like it's just the way that it works. And he doesn't stand out. Robert Woodard doesn't stand out at all. And the guy who does stand out is Emmanuel Terry. And so I could see a situation where the Kings just go, look, it's a sunk cost. We owe Robert Woodard $1.5 million. But a guy like Lou King probably deserves that roster spot more. And you can basically shuffle the roster really quick where you do something like waive Woodard, see if you can talk him into taking a G League assignment. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But then signing Lou King to the main roster and moving Emmanuel Terry to a two-way contract, because those two-way contracts, they actually pay, I think it's half of the league minimum. So you're talking about like $460,000 for somebody. That's a big deal, especially for a guy like Terry, who last year went and played in Turkey and played in Israel to make that kind of money. Because that's the type of money, like eventually he's going to make a couple $100,000 to go overseas, where the G League, you just don't make the money still.
Right.
So I hope I wrap that up. Like, I think they'll probably keep Woodard. I think that's what they'll do. But
even though Louis the King has the two-way, right?
Yeah.
He can be signed to I don't know, a regular contract.
Yeah, you can elevate him without any question. They're written into their contracts. There's a way to just add a two-way player directly to the roster. You can sign him.
That second one becomes available.
Yeah, so you could sign him to a league minimum contract, basically, and then that second one would become available, and then you could sign whether it's Emmanuel Terry or someone else.
Gotcha.
But the thing that the Kings did when they traded for when they picked up Emmanuel Terry, and they ran him out in summer league and they loved him, they didn't just sign him to an Exhibit 10 contract for the summer. They actually went out and traded for his rights from the Agua Caliente. And so they actually own his G League rights. So if he does get waived by the Kings and he does decide to stay in the United States as opposed to going overseas, he can go directly to the G League affiliate in Stockton, even though he's been around longer than a lot of the standard guys. So like once you get to a certain point, you become like a G League free agent that can go sign with different people, but other teams still hold your rights, which is where he got, they had to go acquire his rights. And I really like him. He's actually very different, but he interacts with the media while they're playing games. Like he'll look over and say, hey, did you guys get that? Like when he has like a huge dunk. He's a lot of fun. He's a different character. But you know, he's kind of cool to have around.
I like Emmanuel Terry. This is the way I kind of looked at it, James. I want to get your opinion on the way I broke it down. So right now, today, because it really came down for us between Terry and Woodard, because I didn't even fathom the thought that Louis King might be, not here because he has the contract, but I forgot about that. But it came to Terry and Woodard for us. And I looked at it as right now, Terry's a better player, hands down. He's a better NBA player. But, and you keep him, and Woodard, if you waive him, odds are, I don't think he's going to get picked up by anybody. You can just pick him up, bring him to the G League team. But here's the deal with Terry. I felt like as much as I like Terry, as much of an eye-opener as I thought he was in summer league and in preseason, if he has to play for you this year, things have gone very, very wrong with the guys that you have on that front line. Like they're either all hurt or they all stink. And that's not good at all. So I will look at it as maybe you keep Woodard around or you find a way to make him the two-way guy, because there is an argument to be made that maybe Woodard just needs time and he needs development. And that's what you got the G League for. So if you had to choose between one to waive or keep, maybe organizational wise, you keep Woodard and see if maybe you can pull something out of him, when knowing that, if you keep Terry, he might not even play anyway.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Like, is there any sequence of events that could happen where Emmanuel Terry would play meaningful minutes in Sacramento this season? And I just really struggle to find that. Like, I'm not sure that there is, but there's also the ability to sign someone to a 2-year two-way. So you could lock him up and have him as like a 16th roster spot for for an extended period of time. And again, with Lou King, like the Kings like Lou King, like he's going to be there. And guys can be up with the main roster and play up to 50 games this season. And practice time doesn't accrue days like it used to. So it used to be like up to 45 days with the parent club, and that included practice time or sitting on the end of a bench. Now it's 50 games you can be with the team. So it's like it's pretty convoluted. I mean, but at the end of the day, if I have a choice between a guy who I actually think could play minutes, that would be Lou King. Like, I think Lou has an ability that there is a potential for him, especially if you made a bigger trade, for him to find some way onto the court for at least a little bit of time. Where, I mean, with Emmanuel Terry, you got to go through like Alex Lynn, Tristan Thompson, Rashawn Holmes, Damian Jones, Chimezi Metu, Marvin Bagley, and then, oh wait, I've got Mo Harkless and Harrison Barnes that can also play the 4. So I'm at like 72 big men that can actually play the 4-5, which is where he's going to play for you. So it's tough to see, but if you like his talent, you like his talent. And like having him in your organization is good for your team. And so that's what I think the Kings would like to do, is to keep them in keep him in their organization. Because once you waive a player, it doesn't just mean he goes right to the G League. There could be another team that says, oh, look, he got waived, and pick him right up onto your main roster. So the two-way contract, what it does, just like to drag this out slightly more, the two-way contract makes him untouchable for other teams at the G League level, where anyone who's at the G League, even if you own his rights and he goes to the G League, if another team in the NBA says, hey, I like Emmanuel Terry, they can swoop in and just sign him to their main roster. And then they could give him a two-way, or they could sign him to the main roster and then allocute him back to the G League, even though he's on their main 15-man roster. So like keeping him in the organization might be the idea that you're really hoping to do. And that would mean maybe you need to be a little more safe with how you keep him. And he's a guy that could just go like in December, like, I need to make real money and skip town.
You would get paid like if you're swooped up by another team to go to a main roster and then allocated later, you're getting main roster pay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You would get league minimum, and league minimum isn't 460. League minimum is like 920. It's 920K. So it's
sign me. I'll take the minimum. Sign me.
Yeah. Well, I've always said, like, hey, when you guys get down to 7 players, just I'll set a pick.
Ham had a 38-inch vertical, baby.
There was a long time ago, but I'll still set a pick. I don't care how big the guy is.
Like them Brandon Crawford legs.
I'll be wheezing, but I'm ready.
James Ham, Kings Insider, with us. You talked with Luke Walton earlier. He said he's going to have his full complement of players tomorrow. He said something I was very surprised by. We've termed this the "what the hell do I know" category. He's going to play guys tomorrow, and he's going to play the core guys tomorrow, and he even mentioned playing them into the fourth quarter. Who do you think the starting lineup is tomorrow, and do you think that's the starting lineup a week from today?
Okay, so like, I hate predicting who the starting lineup is going to be, because I think there are so many variables with this team. But if I were to put money on the starting lineup, and like, this could be one of those situations where people go at me like they go at Kenny. But like, I could see, my predicted starting lineup for opening night is Fox, Halliburton, Barnes, Harkless, and Rashawn Holmes.
Okay.
That's what I would project.
Okay.
And I could be wrong, but
we had Bagley in place of Harkless. We didn't think they'd start small. We thought it would be Bagley over Harkless, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's about shooting and spacing the floor. And so Mo's shown an ability to shoot the three, but also savvy, defensive-minded, doesn't need the ball, doesn't require the ball. You got 4 other guys that want shots. He doesn't really care. Where if you put Bagley in there, that's a 5th guy that wants shots and wants the ball all the time. Not that to say he's any different than the other 4 guys that all want their shots.
Gotcha. But
I also think the versatility of him, of Harkless, his ability to play the 3 and the 4, his ability to switch with Harrison Barnes, which I talked to Mo today about. I think they just complement each other really well. And he gives you that defensive minded guy that gives you one more in the starting lineup that helps you solidify things. And you can't have all of your offensive players on the starting unit and all your defensive players on the second unit, because then when you go to your bench, like what's going to happen? So I think you need to stagger it. And then I think the first guy off the bench, you move Harrison Barnes to the 4. You bring in Buddy Hield to play the 3. I think the next guy would be Tristan Thompson at the 5 and swapping out with Rashawn Holmes, and then Davion coming into the backcourt and either Fox or Halliburton stepping out, and then away you go.
I like that. I like that idea. I got 2 questions in my head, James. I only got time for one. You want the positive or the negative?
You could say them really quick, and I'll try to give you quick answers.
No, this one is not. I don't think it's going to happen. Positive or negative? Dame, what should it be? Positive or negative?
Let's go positive.
Okay.
Oh, you really wanted to do the negative one? Just ask him.
I really was torn. We'll go positive. Davion Mitchell, the man so far from beyond the arc is shooting 62% in the preseason. Now, it's not going to be 60% in the NBA, in the regular season. But does the prospects change of what he could be with this team and for this team if he's shooting? I went off the window and said 45% earlier, but if he's shooting, we'll say 40%, 41% from beyond the arc, does that change everything that maybe Luke Walton had envisioned for him? Because now he can score to go along with that defense.
Yeah, I think it does. Well, I mean, he's an off-ball player at this point. He's not ready to take on major point guard duties, especially if he's going to be your defensive catalyst guy. So if he can shoot that tends to make, like, I think he jumps from 22 to 24 minutes a night to 25 to 28 minutes a night. And that's a substantial jump for me. But if he can shoot 6 or 7 threes a game and replace some of the things you're getting from Buddy Hield, that's pretty substantial. That to me, it changes a lot of things. And the guys that will be impacted would be guys like Buddy, guys like Terrence Davis. But even like the domino effect that's going to happen here, it's really the guys at the 4 that are going to lose their time. Because if the 5 guards play really well and find some continuity and play defense and figure out how to succeed, that means that Harrison Barnes is going to play a ton at the 4. It means that Mo Harkless is going to play majority of his minutes at the 4. So your big rotation is going to be odd. You're going to need defensive-minded guys at the 5. So Rashawn, Tristan Thompson, and Alex Len, depending if you're playing against a monster or not. It depends on what type of 5 you're playing against. You're going to see a rotation of those guys. But like maybe your negative question was, what does that mean for Marvin Bagley? And well,
go ahead, ask it. Just do
all
it.
All right. You see anything wrong with Rashawn Holmes? Because he doesn't, in 2 preseason games, it's not that he's terrible, but do you see what me and Damien see, where something's off with him right now?
Yeah, I do. Like I mentioned it in my my recap. Something feels a little off with him. Like we talked to him the other day. He seemed fine. I don't know if it's a little bit of a contract hangover. If he's got like the Buddy Hield contract hangover. I don't think he should be mad at the Kings. And I think, at the end of the day, he doubled up his money, which the Kings had already doubled up on what he had made before. So yeah, something feels a little off the push shot, but again, like we talked to guys today and they all talked about, they mentioned him and like, that push shot is automatic. It just feels like he hasn't found his flow with all of these guards and all of the different sequence yet. And you hope that he finds that quickly, because if not, I mean, again, like Alex Len, Tristan Thompson, those guys they're ready to play. And so maybe part of it's that. Maybe part of it's that he didn't start the second game. That could be an issue. Like, is there murmurs that, behind the scenes that we don't hear about who's going to start? And I just don't see it. I think he's going to be fine. He'll figure it out. he's a happy-go-lucky guy, and I think he'll work everything out and hit the ground running. At least that's what I hope.
No. Turn a negative into a positive. Come on.
The next time we talk to James, man, it'll be opening day. 1 week from today. James, we appreciate you as always. Kings Insider James Ham. If you missed any portion of this conversation, you can check it out in its entirety on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Better bet is youtube.com/ESPN1320. Best bet is to use the Odyssey app. If you just tuned in late, you could use the rewind feature, scroll back to the beginning, or you can check out D'Lo and KC on demand through the podcast feature over there on our Odyssey app. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Deuce and Mo will be with us tomorrow. We'll get you ready for Kings and Lakers tomorrow as well. We'll get you ready for Game 5 of the NLDS as well tomorrow. Make sure you are back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Clear. Nice job.
All right. You guys good?
Nice job. Yeah, we good, man.
Yeah, man.
Good.
I'm ready for the season to start.
Yeah, I'm ready too. Like the mystery of who's doing what. And Luke's not going to reveal exactly what he's doing until it's game time. I
hadn't thought about Harkless. That's a
call.
I hadn't thought about that. That makes complete sense.
Yeah, the tea leaves are kind of leaning that way. And again, like I'm not sure, like Holmes just like on the court, it's almost like they just haven't quite figured out how to get the bigs involved. Where Harrison is always going to have his 2-man game with De'Aaron, and Rashawn should have a 2-man game with Tyrese. But number one, Tyrese didn't play one game, and Davion handled the ball a lot just to try to get him acclimated. Where I think once the regular season starts, your primary ball handlers are Fox and Halliburton. I don't think there won't be a lot of time where both of them sit at the same time just because they create so well for others. And so without having Halliburton to set him up, I think it kind of it doesn't feel great right now. Just the feel of the game isn't right for Holmes. And like I mentioned this on Twitter and people are like, oh, he averaged 7 assists a game. But I thought De'Aaron Fox made some really crafty passes, which I had not seen him do the type of passes that he made to Rashawn Holmes. And he missed like 3 or 4 shots that were just his standard push shots.
He missed like you said, like push shots.
Yeah, he just felt a little off, and I think he'll be fine. Like I think once you start playing and you know what you're playing for and you feel the vibe and all that stuff, like any of the other stuff, it should go out the window. Although I don't think it still has with Buddy. Like he never let it go. And that's something like when it comes to contract things, I don't want to begrudge anybody their money. I thought he should have made a lot more money than he did as far as Rashawn Holmes. But, like once you sign the contract, like it's go time. It's time to play.
I didn't think about that. That's a good point where, we were just happy to have him back. But he probably went into that offseason, thinking he was making maybe $20 million. Like his agent came out and said, Joe, I think
4-year, $80 million. That's what they're looking for. And they got half of that.
And it feels like it could feel, we don't know what his mind is. He seems a pretty humble dude, but it still could feel like a settle. Like, it sounds crazy to people. I got to go back to Sacramento because this is the best deal I got. I can mess with you a little bit. I don't thought about that.
I don't think it's that I have to go back to Sacramento because he was
like the money.
He wanted to come back to Sacramento, but at the same time, I just think that they thought that there would be a way to clear up space and to sign him for more money, and there really didn't end up to be a way to clear up space, which is unfortunate for him, but it's also unfortunate for guys like Marvin Bagley and Buddy Hield who are still on the roster, even though at least one of them officially asked for a trade request, and one of them, sort of did behind the scenes, like skirted around it. But there just wasn't a huge market to move on from those guys. And so at the end of the day, you play for what you play for. Again, like we would all like to make more money in life, but, he's making $10 million a year as far as homes again.
Yeah.
That's a good amount of money. He's making, I think it works
He
out
made
to what,
life-changing
11.
money. Like
Yeah.
his for compared to what he made before, like his life changed.
Hey, but look,
It's
some-
generational money
Yeah.
if you're smart with your money.
for sure.
Go ahead.
Sometimes I be doing 49ers game day and I be like, yo, it's about to be lit this next check. And I didn't spend that money and felt good. Then I get that pay stub, I'm like, wait a minute. Oh man.
Yeah.
Man, I got a show to do on Monday. All right. Yay. Hey,
One
Speaking of
10-day
game day.
contract. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Yeah.
Speaking of game day, I gotta go meet with Danny in San Francisco, so we gotta end the stream a little bit early. Appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with us today. We'll see you tomorrow at noon.